are going to be sent to you on Monday, next Monday. Okay. In general, the results were very good results. Um and well, it shows that you understood everything, and really the sixth level is is a review of all the grammar and all the things that you have seen before. Okay, today we are going to finish unit 3. Okay, today we are going to finish unit 3, and remember that in unit 3 uh, the idea of unit 3 is that you can express frustration to show empathy or encouragement. Also, to describe how fear affects you physically. Yeah. Also, uh, discuss how to overcome handicaps or and hardships, how to overcome those problems, and to examine, to know the nature of heroism, the nature of heroism. For example, uh, who can be a hero? Who can be a hero? It depends on the circumstances. Yeah, but heroism is not that you need a special quality in order to be a hero. Anyone can be a hero. So we are going to take a look to that, and we are going to continue talking about grammar. For example, the use of so and such. Remember that? Using so and such. For example, so and such are used to indicate very, really. Yeah. For example, let's say Barranquilla is so nice. I love my city. I love Barranquilla. Barranquilla is so nice. Yeah. It means that Barranquilla is very nice. It's very nice. So, so it can be used also when you are going to say a result. A result. Yeah. Barranquilla is so nice. I'm going to use such. Barranquilla is such a good city. Such a good city. Yeah. So in that way, I am also expressing that Barranquilla is wonderful. It's such a good city. Yeah, such a good city. So those are the expressions that we use to intensify the adjective or the adverb. We use such and such. Yeah, so and such. Incidentally, for the next class, I'm going to assign some topics to the students. Some of you have already presented the topics, but some are missing. So I'm going to assign, but they are going to be for Unit 4. Unit 4, we are going to assign some topics. Yeah, some topics. Yeah, in order to advance. Yeah, in order to advance. And we have, for example, in Unit 4, later on, we are going to talk about the goals of Unit 4. It's about how to getting along with others, getting along with others. And by the time we go to finish 4, I'm going to describe the goals and everything. And also, I'm going to assign some topics to the pending students that haven't yet presented the topic. Okay. And okay, let's start. What are we going to do today? I don't know if you can see this. Oh, let's see. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, we are going to to continue with the grammar of using so and such. So and such. It's very easy. It's very easy, and you can give me a lot of example. For example, I can say, for example, Ana Milena is such a wonderful singer. Ana Milena Osorio is such a wonderful singer. I can say also, Ana Milena is so good at singing. So good at singing. Yeah, that's I am expressing that she's wonderful. Yeah, yeah, she's a good singer. So he's such a good singer. Or he sings so nice. Is another way to express that. All right. Okay. We are gonna take a video about such and so, and I think that's the best way to describe the use of these two particles, so and such, because we can read here in our book that on page 30 they say use so to intensify an adjective or an adverb to explain the result of an extreme situation. For example, it was so stormy, yeah, that I was afraid to get on the plane. She left so quickly that she forgot her umbrella. Yeah, this is the result. The first is the clause that indicates the situation, and that we express that to indicate a result. I was wearing such uncomfortable shoes, such uncomfortable shoes that I could hardly walk. I could hardly walk. Yeah, those are the ways to use such. Yeah. So here we have so result. Here we have a video with Emma. You know, I like this lady because I consider that she explains she explains difficult things very easy. Emma. So there are a lot. If you go to internet, you're going to find a lot of people explaining so and such, the use of these words. But this lady have a very easy way to explain that. Okay, I'm going to turn off my microphone and we're going to start listening to the video. Or for but excuse me, first we're going to take a look to some grammar that is also written in a paper. Can you see that paper? Can you see the so and such? No way? No? Okay, you can see. Okay, so and such. We often use so and such to mean very or really. It makes the sentence stronger and shows that there is a high level of something. So is used before an adjective or an adverb without a noun. For example, she was so beautiful. She was so pretty. Yeah. He ran so quickly. Quickly is an adverb. Yeah. The food was so delicious. The children spoke French so well. Yeah. And that is the use of so. So is used before an adjective or an adverb. Adjective, she is so beautiful. She was so beautiful. Uh, Adverb, oh, he ran so quickly. He ran so quickly. Quickly is an adverb. It's qualifying the verb run. Okay? Example with such. She was such a beautiful woman. She was such a beautiful woman. Normally, we use the article such a beautiful woman when we are talking in singular. We are talking in singular. We are talking about something that is countable. Woman is countable. Yeah. So she was such a beautiful woman, not the other one. She was a so beautiful woman is not correct, and she was a such beautiful woman is not correct. Another example, he got such a good time in the race. He got such a good time in the race. It means that he got a very good time in the race. In the race, yeah. It was such delicious food. Such delicious food. It was really delicious food. Yeah. The children spoke such good French. Such good French. The children spoke really good French. Yeah. Okay. When we use such directly with a noun, it is often a noun that shows our opinion. Yeah. He's such a genius. He's such a genius. Yeah. You're such a teacher. Or you can say, he's such an incredible genius. You put an adjective. Huh? He's such a genius. You can express that. You are such a teacher. It means you act in a typical way for a teacher. We don't use a word like this or those or your or his before so and such. So and such come directly after the verb. He was so good. Uh, uh, he speaks. He speaks so well. Yeah. We can use so that and such that when we compare something to show that there is a certain result. Also, we can use very or really in this way. It was so cold that the pond froze. Pond is a little lake. Pond is a little lake. Because it was very cold, the pond froze. She felt so tired that she fell asleep on the train. Because she was very tired, he fell asleep on the train. It was such an expensive meal. It was such an expensive meal that he didn't spend any money for the rest of the month. Because it was a very expensive meal, he didn't spend any money for the rest of the month. They have such a lot of books, such a lot of books that they need to store some of them in the garage. Yeah, because they have really a lot of books. They need to store them in someplace else. We can drop that when we use so and such in this way. It was so cold, the pond froze. You can say it was so cold that the pond froze, but you can take it out. It's no need to use that. She felt so tired that, no, you can take it out. She felt so tired, she fell asleep on the train. It was such an expensive meal that he didn't spend. No, it was such an expensive meal, he didn't spend any money for the rest of the month. So you can see that we can take out that. Now, this is the same example. We use so before much. We use so before much, many, little, few, with and without a noun. This shows that the amount is really a lot, or really little. As usual, we use a plural noun after many and few, and uncountable noun after much and little. Again, you know that when you are looking for money, I say, how much money do you need? How much money? Because money is uncountable. Yeah. How much whiskey did you drink? Because whiskey is an uncountable item. Yeah. We use how much time do you have for the exam? Teacher, how much time do we have for the exam? How much time? Because time is uncountable. So in the same way, when we say, how many hours does it take to go to Cartagena from Barranquilla? How many hours does it take to go from Cartagena to Barranquilla? How many hours? Because hours is countable. So we use in the same way, little, yeah, little, few, yeah, few also. We use much and little for uncountable, and many and few for countable nouns. I ate so much. I ate so much cake. He had so many. We are talking about books. Oh, yes, he had so many. He had so many books. Yeah. Why did you eat so little? Oh, I'm on a diet. I'm on a diet. He had some few friends. He was very lonely. Yeah. Few friends. We can use such before a lot of. Again, such comes before a. We sometimes see such a little plus the noun. Yeah. This is such a little flat. This is such a little flat. Flat is like an apartment. Yeah, like an apartment. Flat. Yeah. He has such a lot of books. I ate such a lot of cake. Remember that a lot of can be used with countable or uncountable. A lot of furniture. A lot of whiskey. Yeah. Other use of such. Here are a few more idiomatics uses of such and so. This is something that you know. In the normal meaning of the word, we usually use these negatives, not as such. But this is very simple. You know this, such as, for example, yeah. And he likes winter sports, such as a snowboarding. Yeah, he likes winter sports such as uh, snowboarding and ski, and so on and such. So a certain amount, a size. So these are exercises, but that's enough. That's enough. Oh, we have to go here. And we stop presenting. Okay, this is something that I've come so quickly because I know that you know this, because so and such have been, you have seen this grammar part in previous courses. We have 16 people right now in this moment. Okay. So now we are going to present a video with Emma. That is a girl that I like two of these women that they present uh, grammar topics. Emma and Jennifer are, and Rebecca. There is another one because I like the way they introduce, they present, they teach with examples, good pronunciation. In these online classes, I use this eventually, or in every class, I use a video because uh, I like that you listen to different pronunciation, not only my pronunciation, yeah, but different pronunciations. That's the way we learn. And this book, for example, these books, when there is a dialogue, the book says this is a Portuguese, this is a French accent, this is a British accent, this is American accent. So you can notice the differences between all those accents. Now we are going to, incidentally, Emma is from Australia. See, Emma is from Australia. So it's not an American accent, it's an Australian accent. So we are going to see that. We are going to go to, okay, here we go. Oh, sorry, I'm going back.
So and such. Now, these two words can be used in a few different ways in English sentences, but in this lesson, we're going to focus on how.
Excuse me, are you watching the video?
Yes, mister.
Okay, I'm going to turn off again my microphone and we are going.
How they can add emphasis to your sentences. So how we can make the meaning stronger. It's such a nice day. Yeah, it's so beautiful outside. You should really get out there. Often these words have a meaning that is similar to words like very and really in English sentences. So they help you to make the meaning of your sentence stronger. That dress is very beautiful. That dress is so beautiful. He's in a very bad mood today. He's in such a bad mood today. So how do you use these words effectively in English sentences? The word so is used with an adjective or an adverb. It was so windy yesterday. Your brother can run so fast. The word such can be used with a noun or a noun phrase. For example, it was such a windy day yesterday. Your brother is such a fast runner. So we're using such with the noun. But be careful because a noun phrase can actually include adjectives and adverbs in it. So you need to look carefully for the noun. If you simply look at the word that is following, so or such, you might make a mistake. So be careful. I went to a wedding last weekend and the bride wore such a beautiful dress. The dress was so beautiful. Now I'm going to give you some examples to practice with. The next sentence that I read out, I'm going to use the word so, and I want you to think about how you can change that word slightly, the sentence slightly, so that you can use the word such instead. Ready? He's so generous. He's so generous. How can you change it to use such? You need a noun. He's such a generous man. Or guy, he's such a generous guy. Another one, New York is such a big city. Got to swap it back now. New York is such a big city. How can you say that sentence using so? You need to change it. New York is so big. Another one, that's so unlucky. That's so unlucky. What's the noun? That's such bad luck. Luck is our noun. That's such bad luck. Because I love you and because I want you to practice what you've learnt here today, I've made a worksheet for you to download and practice with. You can get it from this link up here. I want you to actually use what you've been practicing today. But don't go get it yet. There is one more thing that I want to explain to you about so. Now the word so, but not such, can be used in front of these words. So much, so many, so little, and so few. Now all of these words are quantifiers and they're used with nouns in English sentences. So they help to tell us how much of a noun there is, the amount or the quantity of that noun. But I've just taught you that you need to use such with nouns. So this is a bit of an exception that you need to keep in mind. For example, there are so many people here today. You've had so much to drink. It's incredible that there's been so little damage after the storm. I'm surprised that so few children turned up today. If you enjoyed this lesson, make sure you like it and share it with anyone that you think could do with a bit of extra help with their English grammar. And don't forget to download your worksheet up here. I want you to practice using what you've learnt today. If you're a subscriber, it's so awesome to see you again. If you're not a subscriber yet, then click this button here so that you can join us in our next lesson together. There are lots more grammar lessons like this one on my channel, like that one.
Okay, how how do you consider the video? Do you think that you understood everything? Was easy to understand?
Yes,
No answer?
I think it's clearly to understand.
It's very easy to understand,
Yes.
yeah? Yeah, I consider that in online classes, sometimes I prefer to bring to you a good and nice teacher that have been working with that topic for a long time. Yeah, because I can explain that in a board or whatever, but it's not that good. I prefer Emma, I prefer Jennifer, I prefer Rebecca. There are a lot. Or I prefer a cartoon in order to show you something a little bit different. Okay? Yes, Ana Milena, I consider that it's very easy to use so and such. Yeah, so and such. Barranquilla is so big. Oh, that's not true. Barranquilla is so nice. That's true. Oh, Barranquilla is such a nice city. That's the ways to use that. So much. Yeah. You have drunk so much so far. Okay? So it's very simple and very useful. I'm going to read something on page 30 that we have to take into account. Be careful. Uh, always use a or an in a singular count noun following such. Yeah? In a singular count noun. Yeah? He is such a good guy. Yeah? Uh, such. She had such a bad accident. Accident is singular, so you can use, yeah, a bad accident. Okay. Remember, use many and few with count nouns. Use much and little with non-count nouns. Okay? So those are things that we know. We know before from previous levels. Okay, let's go to page 31. 31. In order to do some exercises, I'm going to ask you, go to that page 31. 31. Yeah, we are going to use so and such. We have two sentences. For example, number one that is already done. Are you on page 31? Are you on page 31? Please go. Open it. So the first sentence, the fire was terrible. Apart. Second sentence, the building was totally destroyed. So what is the exercise? We have two sentences. We are going to form only one using so or such. So we can say, the fire was so terrible. The fire was so terrible that the building was totally destroyed. That's the exercise. That's the exercise. Number two. I'm going to do number two. There are Juan Camilo Nicharico. Okay. Here we have now 16 people. There are usually many accidents. There are usually many accidents. We don't travel on holiday weekends. We don't travel on holiday weekends. So there are two sentences. In the first one, I said there are usually many accidents. And for that problem, we don't travel. Another sentence, we don't travel on holidays. Yeah, there are two sentences. So there are usually many accidents. So I'm going to say there are usually so many accidents that we don't travel on weekends. We don't travel on holiday weekends. There are so many accidents. There are usually so many accidents that we don't travel on holiday weekends. Okay? That's the exercise. You have to take two sentences, different two sentences, and we are going to put together using so or such or such. Number three, the games end late. We prefer to watch them on TV. We prefer to watch them on TV. So there are two sentences we are, yeah. So how can we do that?
Me,
It's very
Mr. Daniela.
okay, Daniela.
The game ends so late that we prefer to watch them on TV.
Excellent. Excellent. The games end so late that we prefer to watch them on TV. Perfect. Very good. It's very easy. Okay. Number four, you have to see if you can use so and such. Take a look to this one. The insects are awful after dark. Most people prefer to stay inside in the evening.
Me, Adriana.
Okay, Adriana.
The insects are so awful after dark that most people prefer to stay inside in the evening.
Good pronunciation. Good, excellent. Are so awful after dark. Okay, another one. Number five. Traffic in this region has become a bad problem. Traffic here in Barranquilla had become a bad problem. No, in this region. Yeah. Lots of people apart. Lots of people are taking public transportation. Lots of people are taking public transportation. Uh-huh. Ana Milena.
Yes, sir. Traffic in this region has become such a bad problem that a lot of people are
Taking.
are taking public transportation.
Okay. Good pronunciation, but you can say lots of people.
Lots of people.
Lots of people. No, lots of people. Yeah, are taking public. Oh, good. Such a bad problem. Yeah. Good. Very good. And the last one, it was a stormy day. We postponed. We put it off. We postponed our picnic. We put our picnic off. We postpone our picnic. Uh-huh.
Me,
Volunteer.
teacher George.
All right. Okay,
There
George.
was such a stormy day that we postponed our picnic.
Excellent. We postponed our picnic. We postponed our picnic. Excellent. No problem. Very easy. Very easy. Very easy. Okay. Okay. Also, here is the other exercise. Exercise C is to refresh the use of many, yeah, much, few, little. Remember again, few and many are for count nouns. Much and little is for uncountable. Yeah. I have much time to do it. I have little time to do it. Yeah. I have much money or I have a lot of money. Yeah. That's correct. So, number one, we are talking about flights. Remember again, I want to remember this. Do you know that is countable when you can say 1, 2, or 3 units of that? For example, my cell phone. Cell phone is countable. I have one cell phone and my wife have two cell phones. It's correct to say that. But when you are talking about uncountable, you cannot say that. You cannot say that. For example, if you're talking about money, money is uncountable because I cannot say, hey, give me two money or give me three money. Yeah, you cannot say that because it's uncountable. You need a reference. Hey, give me $10. Give me 20,000 Colombian pesos. Yeah, you need a reference. If you are going to buy, if you are running out of gas on your car and you need to buy gasoline, you go to the gas station and you don't say, hey, I need three gasolines. You say, I need 5 gallons. Or please fill it up with, or fill with 100,000 pesos. You need a reference. You can say, give me three gasolines. That's the simple idea that I have. Okay, number one, we're talking about flights.
They
Who can
canceled
do?
so many flights that we
Okay,
won't be able to get there tonight.
good. They canceled so many flights, so many flights. Excellent, excellent, Alfredo. Number two,
There's always so much trouble when the weather is bad that we don't travel in winter.
excellent. Travel. Maybe the idea of troubles in Spanish is different. Problema. Trouble is that is a confusion. You are fighting, whatever. But trouble is uncountable in English. Of course, that maybe you in Spanish can think, oh, trouble. I have one trouble, two trouble, three trouble. No, no, it's possible. But the idea, for example, furniture in English is countable or is uncountable or countable. Furniture
Uncountable.
is uncountable because the idea of furniture is all the table, the chairs, the 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 dining room tables, the bed table, the beds, all those things are furniture. They are all considered one item. Yeah, uncountable item. Furniture. So furniture is uncountable in English. The same travel. Maybe in Spanish say, oh, trouble, problema. I think un problema, dos problemas. Yeah, you can say that in Spanish, but in English, trouble is that a difficult situation. It's a situation. Okay, so it's correct. There is always so much trouble when the weather is in that we don't travel in winter. Good, good. Number three, pay attention to this one.
So much people ate at the restaurant that they had to close it.
Mm,
So many people.
So many people. Sorry.
So few people.
people is countable. Two people, three people. But pay attention. The result. They had to close it. They had to close it.
So few people.
Excuse me.
So few people.
Good, Daniela. So few people because if there are many people, they don't have to close it because it's profitable. You're earning a lot of money. But if you are not earning a lot of money because there are not too many people, few people, you have to close. They had to close because of that. So it's correct. So few people ate at the restaurant that they had to close it. Correct, Daniela. Good, very good. We have to read the complete sentence, and this is logic. It's logical. Okay, number four.
There were so few seats left on the train that my friends and I couldn't sit together.
Excellent. There were so few seats. You can say many because it's is a contrast with the other part of the sentence. That my friends and I couldn't sit together. Couldn't sit together. That we couldn't. So it's because there were few. There were few. There were so few seats left on the train that my friends and I couldn't sit together. And the last one, number 5, another volunteer. Another volunteer. We're talking about time. Time is not countable.
There was so there was so little time to get to the shelter that we just stayed in our basement.
Excellent. There was so little time to get to the shelter that we just stayed in our basement. Do you know what is a shelter? Now that we are talking about hurricanes, about floods, yeah. You know, in the United States, normally a house, the houses, they have a basement. Basement is a place below. Yeah, you have to go downstairs to go to the basement. And normally in the basement there is the vacuum, no, the tools, the washing machine, the drying machine, uh, a lot of things that you put in the basement. Yeah, down. Yeah. So shelter. What is a shelter? Who can tell me what is a shelter? For example, our president promised to build shelters on Providence Island because of the hurricanes, and promised to build new houses for the people. Promises. Shelter. So what is a shelter?
I think it's a place
It's a
where
place
people can stay after
safe,
a
can
yeah,
stay safely,
safely.
safe,
Yeah,
safely when there is a storm, a hurricane, a
a danger.
terrible weather. They can a flood. You know what is a flood? FLOOD, flood. I have a
Yeah, maybe it's when rain a lot. What
sorry,
happens when it's rain a lot?
sorry. Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
flood. Pay attention, pronunciation, because pronunciation, flood, blood, but that is why English is difficult. Book, food, look, but blood, flood. Okay, it's different. That's why the English is difficult. All right. Okay, good, very good. There was so little time to get to the shelter that we just stayed in our basement. That we just stayed in our basement. Okay, the pronunciation is stayed in our basement. All right. Now we have a vocabulary for fears that affects you physically. And I believe this. I believe that when you are in a state of nervousness, when you are afraid of something, many things can affect you. For example, you start to sweat. You know, sweat, sweat. You start, no?
When you have transpiration.
Perspirant.
Transpiration.
Perspirant.
Transpirant.
Yeah, it's the same. Good, 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 good vocabulary. Perspirant. Oh, I'm perspirant like hell. You are sweat, sweat. And here comes the word sweat, sweater, sweater, sudadera, sweater. Yeah, sweater, sweat. I don't know if I told you this before, but sweat, sweat, sweat. I always remember a song. Remember that song? A la 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 long, a la 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 long. Remember that song? Baby, I'm gonna make you sweat. Baby, I'm gonna make you sweat like you've never sweat before. Baby, I'm gonna make you sweat. Sweat like you never. I don't remember exactly, but baby, I'm gonna make you sweat. Yeah, sweat, sudar. Okay. So these are the effects. My hands shake. Yeah, you start trembling. Yeah, I get palpitations. I mean, your heart start beating fast. Yeah, you are you are very nervous. You are trembling. You are, oh my god. Uh, I get sweaty palms. And there is another expression in English that I don't know how to translate that to Spanish. I get butterflies in my stomach. I get butterflies in my stomach. I mean, there is a lot of things that start moving in your stomach that that's physical. Of course, that there are others physical effects. Physical effects. I told you, I remember a guy that he prepared his speech. Yeah, he was preparing the speech the whole week. By the time he had to do the presentation in front of a lot of people, he forgot everything. He was so nervous that he forgot everything. He was not able to say a word. Oh my God. And I knew that he had been practicing the whole week before because he asked me a lot of things, a lot of words. And I gave that guy some tips. Yeah. For example, I explained, write down in a piece of paper the principal points so you don't forget them. Oh my God. He was so nervous that he couldn't even pronounce a word. Yeah. So that's a physical effects of fear. Maybe you have another one. Maybe you have another one. How many singers, how many artists that they are going to sing a song and they know the song and suddenly the artist forgets the song, the lyrics, and what happened? Nervousness. Yeah, nervous. Yeah. Okay, so we are going to see the pronunciation of this physical effects. Page 31.
Physical effects of fear. Read and listen.
My hands shake.
I get palpitations.
I get sweaty palms.
Sweaty palms.
I get butterflies in my stomach.
Now listen again and repeat.
My hands shake.
I get palpitations.
Sweaty.
I get sweaty palms. I get butterflies in my stomach.
Okay, again.
Physical effects of fear. Read and listen.
My hands shake.
I get palpitations.
I get sweaty palms. I get butterflies in my stomach.
Now listen again and repeat.
My hands shake.
I get palpitations.
I get sweaty palms. I get butterflies in my stomach.
Okay. Uh, Pay attention to the pronunciation. My hands shake. I get palpitations. Palpitation. And this is very important. I get sweaty palms. Yeah? Sweat. Remember the song, baby, I'm gonna make you sweat. And remember the word sweat, because that is a pronunciation, EA, and it's difficult in English because EA can, for example, speak, EA, eat, EA, learn, EA, great, EA, sweater, EA, sweaty palms, and palms, Noel, palms. Okay? And the last one, I get butterflies in my stomach. So it's about learning vocabulary and also pronunciation. Okay. Okay. Time is it? It's 8 o'clock. All right. All right. Another point in this unit is that we are going to talk about handicaps and hardships. Handicap and hardships. Do you know what is a handicap? What is a handicap or a handicapped person? Normally, in parking lots in the United States, the parking lots are huge. Normally, if you go to a supermarket like Publix, Winn-Dixie, or the parking lots are very big. The parking lots are very big. But so eventually you have to walk more than 100 meters, and not exaggerating. Eventually you have to walk like 100 meters in order to enter, yeah, to go inside the supermarket, yeah, or the restaurant or whatever. If you go to a mall, for example, if you go to a big mall, there are a lot of places, there are a lot of sites, restaurants, stores, supermarkets, dollar in stores, all those things. And eventually you have to park very far from the main gate, yeah, main gate. And if you go, for example, in the United States, there is a mall. There is a mall. It's the biggest mall in the United States. Sawgrass. I think it's the biggest mall in the United States, and it's very close to. It's in Miami, in Florida. Yeah, it's very close to Fort Lauderdale, Weston, and, well, those places. So I don't know if you have been there. Sawgrass. Sorry, I'm gonna get. Excuse me, I'm gonna get an eraser. It's not here. But Sawgrass is a big mall. Oh, sorry. Guys, this is not important. This is not important. But that's the name of a mall. It's a big mall. So when you go there, you have to write down the place when you park, because it's so big that you can get lost. You get lost. Yeah. But I'm telling you this because in the United States, there is a handicap parking place. There is a handicap parking place for those people who have some problems. Handicapped people. Yeah. If, for example, if you cannot walk properly, yeah, and you need a chair, yeah, you need a chair in order to walk, to be displaced. There is a place very close to the restaurant main gate in order for you to park. The handicap. So we are going to discuss overcoming handicaps. You know, overcome. What is overcome in English? Overcoming handicaps. What does it mean? Who can tell me? Overcome.
Overcome means like when you are facing a difficult situation, but you know how to manage it and you do it well, I think.
Yeah. To overcome is to defeat difficulties, to go over the difficulties, over the problems, overcome the problems, overcome the difficulties. Yeah. Go over them. You say, oh, I am good enough to overcome all those problems. Yeah, to go over, to defeat all those problems that you have in your life. Yeah, in your life. Overcoming handicaps. So a handicapped person is a person who has a problem. Maybe that person is mute or is blind. Yeah, have a problem. Okay. So now we are going to listen and we are going to read at the same time. Remember what I have been telling you all the time? Shadow reading. And what is shadow reading for? Shadow reading is you are listening and you pretend to be reading. Yeah, that's in order to know how to pronounce properly a sentence, a word, whatever. Yeah, this exercise is a good one. It's a good one because sooner or later you are going to learn good pronunciation, good intonation, and vocabulary. You know. Okay, so we are going to talk about Marlee Matlin, and this is real. This is a real story of Marlee Matlin, and she won an Oscar. Yeah. And Marlene had a problems because he had a hearing loss when she was a little kid. Hearing loss. She was born a normal girl, but she started to lose hearing. Yeah. He had a hearing loss, but she overcame those problems in such a way that she can dance, she can perform without hearing. And you know what? When you don't hear, you cannot speak. Yeah. So it means that if you're a good listener in English, sooner or later, you're going to be a good speaker. Yes, sooner or later, you are going to be a good speaker. That's why I insist that listening is very, very, very important. It's very important. Yeah. A good a good listener sooner or later is going to be a good speaker. A good reader, a good reader sooner or later is going to be a good writer. Those are the two skills together. Yeah. So much better if you are a good listener and a good reader, because you are going to be a good speaker and a good writer. Okay? All right. So let's go to page 32 or 32, and we are going to listen to Marlee Matlin's story. Marlee Matlin's story. Marlee Matlin's story. Yeah. I'm going to start. I don't really have to turn it off. I think so.
Read about Marlee Matlin. If you had to choose one adjective to describe her, what would it be?
The courage to be who she is. Marlee Matlin, the only deaf performer ever to win the Oscar for Best Actress in a Leading Role, is also known worldwide as a stage and TV actor, an author, and as a spokesperson for people with hearing disabilities. Through her work and her books, she has devoted her life to encouraging children and adults with hearing loss to live normal lives with normal expectations. Born with normal hearing.
Read about Marlee Matlin. If you had to choose one adjective to describe her, what would it be?
The courage to be who she is. Marlee Matlin, the only deaf performer ever to win the Oscar for Best Actress in a Leading Role, is also known worldwide as a stage and TV actor, an author, and as a spokesperson for people with hearing disabilities. Through her work and her books, she has devoted her life to encouraging children and adults with hearing loss to live normal lives with normal expectations. Born with normal hearing, Marlee suffered permanent hearing loss at 18 months from an illness with a high fever. As she approached school age, her parents were advised to send her to a specialized boarding school far from home. However, her parents felt that Marlee would be deprived of the parental contact and love essential to normal development if she didn't live at home. So instead, they put her in a public mainstream school that had both hearing and deaf students, which built her confidence to participate in activities with hearing students. At school, Marlee learned sign language, though she was encouraged to use her voice too. Throughout her childhood, Marlee's parents did everything they could to give her the same life she would have had if she had had normal hearing. Her family even helped Marlee develop a sense of humor about herself, so she wouldn't be ashamed of her handicap. When others wondered about the strange way she pronounced some words, because she had learned to say them without ever having heard them, her brother would say she had an accent because she was from a foreign country, which made both of them laugh. At 7, her parents enrolled her in a summer camp with both hearing and deaf children, and there she learned to use her hands to sign the lyrics of songs as the other children sang. Her campmates loved this, and their applause gave Marlee her first taste of the joy of performing. To encourage her, when Marlee returned home from camp, her mother enrolled her in an after-school children's theater program, now called the International Center on Deafness and the Arts, or ICODA, where children prepared some performances in sign language and others in spoken English. Matlin continued performing when she was in college. At one performance, the popular TV actor Henry Winkler was in the audience. Matlin approached him and said she wanted to be a famous actor like him. Winkler, who suffers from dyslexia, a reading disorder that causes difficulty in reading despite normal intelligence, empathized with Matlin and encouraged her, telling her she could be anything she wanted and not to let anything stand in her way. Winkler became a longtime mentor and friend to Matlin, helping her as she pursued her acting career. Matlin's life hasn't been without controversy or criticism. When presenting an Oscar, she spoke the nominees' names instead of signing them, causing some deaf people to complain she was suggesting they should speak instead of signing. To comfort Madeline, African American actor Whoopi Goldberg told her that once she had worn blue contact lenses just for fun and was criticized for trying to appear white. Goldberg told Madeline not to worry about what others say and just be herself. Madeline has never let her handicap stand in her way and has continued to surpass the expectations the public has of people who can't hear. When she competed in TV's Dancing with the Stars, people were incredulous. How could she dance if she couldn't hear the music? The key to Madeline's success may in part lie in the support and help others have given her. Support that has enabled Madeline to be who she is, no matter what others may believe or say.
Read about Marlee Matlin. If you had to choose one adjective to describe her, what would it be?
The courage to be who she is. Marlee Matlin, the only deaf performer ever to win the Oscar for Best Actress in a Leading Role, is also known worldwide as a stage and TV actor, an author, and as a spokesperson for people with hearing disabilities. Through her work and her books, she has devoted her life to encouraging children and adults with hearing loss to live normal lives with normal expectations. Born with normal hearing, Marlee suffered permanent hearing loss at 18 months from an illness with a high fever. As she approached school age, her parents were advised to send her to a specialized boarding school far from home. However, her parents felt that Marlee would be deprived of the parental contact and love essential to normal development if she didn't live at home. So instead, they put her in a public mainstream school that had both hearing and deaf students, which built her confidence to participate in activities with hearing students. At school, Marlee learned sign language, though she was encouraged to use her voice too. Throughout her childhood, Marlee's parents did everything they could to give her the same life she would have had if she had had normal hearing. Her family even helped Marlee develop a sense of humor about herself, so she wouldn't be ashamed of her handicap. When others wondered about the strange way she pronounced some words, because she had learned to say them without ever having heard them, her brother would say she had an accent because she was from a foreign country, which made both of them laugh. At 7, her parents enrolled her in a summer camp with both hearing and deaf children, and there she learned to use her hands to sign the lyrics of songs as the other children sang. Her campmates loved this, and their applause gave Marlee her first taste of the joy of performing. To encourage her, when Marlee returned home from camp, her mother enrolled her in an after-school children's theater program, now called the International Center on Deafness and the Arts, or ICODA, where children prepared some performances in sign language and others in spoken English. Matlin continued performing when she was in college. At one performance, the popular TV actor Henry Winkler was in the audience. Matlin approached him and said she wanted to be a famous actor like him. Winkler, who suffers from dyslexia, a reading disorder that causes difficulty in reading despite normal intelligence, empathized with Matlin and encouraged her, telling her she could be anything she wanted and not to let anything stand in her way. Winkler became a longtime mentor and friend to Matlin, helping her as she pursued her acting career. Matlin's life hasn't been without controversy or criticism. When presenting an Oscar, she spoke the nominees' names instead of signing them, causing some deaf people to complain she was suggesting they should speak instead of signing. To comfort Matlin, African-American actor Whoopi Goldberg told her that once she had worn blue contact lenses just for fun and was criticized for trying to appear white. Goldberg told Matlin not to worry about what others say and just be herself. Matlin has never let her handicap stand in her way and has continued to surpass the expectations the public has of people who can't hear. When she competed in TV's Dancing with the Stars, people were incredulous. How could she dance if she couldn't hear the music? The key to Matlin's success may in part lie in the support and help others have given her. Support that has enabled Matlin to be who she is, no matter what others may believe or say.
Okay, this is an incredible story. I've seen a real story of Marlee Matlin. Yes, Marlee Matlin. And You know what is the problem of if you're not able to hear? Yeah, if you are not able to hear 100%, that you're not going to able to speak. Yeah, to speak if you don't take some kind of actions. Yeah, this lady started losing her hearings when she was a little kid, and her parents enrolled in special schools, and then he came back to be close to her parents in a normal school, of course, with deaf and normal people. Uh, there is an exercise on page 33, yeah, that we are going to do. But first, what is your opinion about this lady? Do you consider that she overcame her problems? That she is an example of a person with problems that can overcome problems and be a successful person? Who can tell me something about what is your opinion about this lady? It's
Well,
like
I
a
think,
Adriana.
I think she is a great example to us. I think none of us have any disability, but of course we can overcome some difficulties in life. For example, she reminds me to a cousin that I have. Her name is Marena. She is deaf too, and she is right now 24 years old. She is finishing her career in special education at Universidad del Atlántico. She even has a son, a baby. I mean, her disability didn't, she overcame her disability, and she has such a normal life like anyone else. And of course, she is not able to speak like us, but she speaks in sign, using signs. So she communicates herself in a good way. And in our family, we are really proud of her because she is a professional and she overcame that disability.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. You know, I am telling you this because I have known many people. For example, I have I have seen people that they do not pronounce very well English. And for those people, mispronouncing is such a big problem, such a big problem. Say, oh my God, that's not a problem. You can you can improve your pronunciation listening. Yeah, you can listen, you can hear. You don't have any of problem of hearing. So start pronouncing sentences. Yeah, start people whose English is not very good. Oh my God, why? Because pronunciation, because vocabulary, because grammar. You can overcome those little problems practicing and doing this and doing that. So can you imagine what there is a physical problem, yeah, of this lady, yeah, and he has done a lot of things in order to overcome. He has won an Oscar. She dances. Oh my God, it's incredible. She's an incredible woman. An incredible woman. Marley Matlin is an example of uh, overcoming a handicap. Overcoming handicaps. Okay. Thank you, Adriana del Pilar, for your example of your relative. Yeah, it's an extraordinary example. Thank you very much. Okay, now vocabulary. Let's go to page 33, and we have 5 definitions that you are going to match with mentor, spokesperson, handicap, conflicts, and sign language. We are going to, you have 3 minutes to match, to match the definition with the word mentor, spokesperson, handicap, conflicts, and sign language. You have 3 minutes to do that. Time is it. All right? 3 minutes. Okay. Okay, here we are. Okay, Aldair, number one, can you read the definition and let me know what is the match of number one, Aldair? Aldair Beleño Herrera, are you there? Do you have the page? Aldair, do you have your microphone? Because you are going to read the definition and you go to let me know what is the matching word. Number one. Can you communicate, Aldair, with your microphone? Okay, no way, Aldair. A volunteer that has not participated.
George.
Okay, Jorge Ivan, okay. Can you read number one and what is the matching word?
A spokesperson is a person who represents and speaks for a group of people.
Good, very good. Very good. A person who represents and speaks for a group of people. For example, if in this class you form a union, and you needed a guy who represents you because you are going to do something, then you have a spokesperson. That's the person who represents the group. Excellent. Okay, excellent, Jorge Ivan. Number two. Who's going? Juan Camilo, please. Can you read?
Sign language, a system of communication using hand gestures.
Excellent. Sign languages. You know that we have at CLE sign language. Sign language. And you know that, I don't know, is something that is by the law, the Colombian law, that when there is an event, we need to have a sign language translator, sign language in every event. We need to do that. Good, Juan Camilo. Number three, volunteer for number three. Or I have to say, you.
Mr. Daniela.
Daniela Cañavera.
Cantillo.
Cantillo.
Cañavera. Handicap.
Okay, number two.
Handicap is a physical or mental disability or a condition that can limit a person's ability to function normally.
Good pronunciation. Ability. Many people say ability, but ability is very American. Good, very good. Okay, Daniela. Number four.
Me, teacher.
Okay, Danilo Andres.
Mentor and advisor from whom someone receives support and encouragement.
Okay, receive support an encouragement. It's a mentor. It's a mentor. Yes. Yes. Very good. An advisor. An advisor. Yeah. Receive support and relief. Very good. Very good. And the last one,
Miss
number
me. Miss.
okay, Karen.
As
Karen Sofia.
conflicts. Strong
Conflict.
differences of opinion, especially between groups of people.
Okay. Strong differences. Yeah. Conflict. Strong differences of opinion. Yeah. Now in Colombia, we have politicians that they have strong differences of opinion. Yeah. Strong differences. We have a conflict. We have a conflict. Excellent. Very good. Very good. Okay. This is an exercise that ways in the which they help Madeline, her parents, her school, her brother, her summer camp, Henry Winkler, and Whoopi Wolbert. Okay, we are not going to do that exercise, but if you can do it at home, yeah, as a practice of reading comprehension. This is an exercise for reading comprehension. That you read and you say, okay, how her parents helped Marley Matlin, her school, her brother, her summer camp, Henry Winkler, Whoopi Wolbert. Yeah, I don't know if you remember Whoopi Wolbert. It's a black woman. Yeah, it's an Afro-American actress. You know, in the United States, it's not good manners to say black people. It's not good manners because there has been such a segregation, yeah, racial segregation in the United States that when you say black people or nigger, it's despective. It's not good. So people avoid that adjective, black people, and they prefer, and it's better to say Afro-American people, Afro-American people. Yeah, you don't say negro or nigger or no, it's not good. It's not good to say. Maybe we have had segregation in Colombia with black people, but here is not so evident. Here in Colombia, segregation is not so evident like in the United States. Oh my God! In the United States, if you were an Afro-American guy in a few years ago, oh my God! I remember that still they have segregation. Still they have segregation, but I mean it's not like before that if you were a black girl or a black guy, you couldn't go to a schools, some schools. Yeah, you couldn't go to some clubs or to some hotels. No, it was impossible. You even could not sit down in a bench waiting for the bus because the bench was for white people only. Oh, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you a video about Rosa Parks in a little while from now. A video about Rosa Parks. Yeah, about Rosa Parks. Is is a good one. Rosa Parks was a famous American hero. She was a hero. Yeah, and but in a little while from now, after the break. Okay, examine. Let's go to the next page. 34. Examine the nature of heroism. Yeah, the nature of heroism. In English, there are a lot of exercises, and I remember that there were exercises that, for example, you have to fill the blanks. You know what is fill the blanks? There is a sentence like the reading completion. There is a sentence, and they are telling you something about, and then there is a blank, and you know the word, but you need to know if that is a adjective, is that is an adverb, or is in that blank there goes a noun. Adjective, adverb, and noun. Three different words, but they have the same root. For example, take a look to page 34. The word bravery, bravery, um, bravery. What is it? Bravery is the opposite of coward. Yeah, you know what's a coward? Coward, valiente. Yeah, bravery. So the adjective is brave. The adverb is bravely, and the noun is bravery. I don't know if you have ever heard the national anthem, el himno nacional de los Estados Unidos. I don't know if you have ever heard that. I have heard, because when I was in the States, I used to go to a public school, and during the events, they play the national anthem, himno nacional. Yeah. So they talk about the brave. Yeah, the home of the brave. Yeah, the national. Oh, you can see. Well, that's like our national anthem is very long. We only know some verses, but it's very long. Okay, take a look to the adjective, take a look to the verb, and take a look to the noun. Yeah, confident person, confidently, and confidence. Yeah, you know what is confident? A confident person is a reliable person, a person you can rely on. Yeah, courage. Yeah, is also a person who is valiant. Fearless, fearless, fearlessly, fearlessness. Yeah. Heroism, heroically, heroic, and willing, willingly, and willingness. You know what is willing? Ready to do something, anxious to do something. Okay. All right. So we are going to listen. We are going to listen. Oh, there is a listen to the activity parts of a speech. That is a listening, but it's not a short one. So we are going to stop now. We're going to take a break to have a cup of coffee or whatever, 15 minutes, and we'll continue. We'll continue with a listening about the story of an accident, a plane accident, and there was a hero over there. Yeah, there was a guy who behaved like a hero. Yeah.
Teacher, el micrófono.
I was talking and the microphone was off. So you couldn't hear me. Okay, don't worry. What I said is that we are going to listen story of a guy who in Plane accident, he behaves like a hero or as a hero. Okay, so we are going to listen after the break. After the break, so we are going to have a break. I'm going to have a coffee cup and a glass of water, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Okay, all right, and we'll continue. Okay, here we are back again, and we are going to talk today about heroism. So there is a nice story. It's a nice story about a guy who was in a plane, and the plane had a crash, and an accident, and he became a hero in that accident.
Listen to a TV news magazine story. Use a word from the word study chart in the correct part of speech to complete each statement. Some items have more than one possible answer.
You're watching 30 Minutes, and I'm Katie Fleming. And do we have a story for you tonight? A terrible tragedy and an amazing heroic act. The desire to save one's own life is an extremely powerful instinct in all of us. It takes tremendous courage to be able to act against such a powerful instinct, to risk one's own life to save the life of another person. 25-year-old tour guide Sol Ik-soo was returning home with a group of South Korean tourists from a trip to Beijing, China. As the plane prepared to land at Kim Hae Airport in South Korea, Sol was thinking about his wife. They had been married 1 month earlier, and it was their first time apart. Suddenly, the airplane started shaking, and he heard a crashing sound. The lights went out, and a ball of fire ran up and down the cabin. The plane crashed into a mountaintop, killing more than 120 of the passengers on board. Somehow, Sol managed to crawl through a hole in the side of the plane and escape. Sol feared an explosion, so his first thought was to run to save his own life. But he could hear the other passengers inside the plane calling for help. He went back and lifted a survivor onto his back, carrying him away from the plane to safety. Sol remembers carrying at least 3 or 4 injured people from the plane. But in fact, there may have been as many as 10. When asked about it later, he said, "I don't know where the energy came from. It felt like I wasn't carrying anything at all." Sol tore his shirt into bandages for the wounded and used his belt to bind up a man's badly bleeding leg. It wasn't until he stopped and sat down to smoke a cigarette that he realized his own face was covered in blood. When asked how he managed to perform so heroically, Sol replied, "I couldn't have done it in my right mind." Everyone who knows Sol describes him as an ordinary guy. His boss describes him this way: "I know Sol as cheerful and hardworking, but just a normal young man. Now I have a new view of him. He's a remarkable person. We're all very proud." Where does this kind of courage come from? How does a normal person manage to act so fearlessly? Sol says, "My parents always brought me up to believe people and life are very precious." It was this belief that enabled Sol, an ordinary person, to do something truly extraordinary and heroic.
Listen to a TV news magazine story. Use a word from the word study chart in the correct part of speech to complete each statement. Some items have more than one possible answer.
You're watching 30 Minutes, and I'm Katie Fleming. And do we have a story for you tonight? A terrible tragedy and an amazing heroic act. The desire to...
Can you turn off your microphone, please?
Yes, I'm going to do that.
Thank you.
Listen to a TV news magazine story. Use a word from the word study chart in the correct part of speech to complete each statement. Some items have more than one possible answer.
You're watching 30 Minutes, and I'm Katie Fleming. And do we have a story for you tonight? A terrible tragedy and an amazing heroic act. The desire to save one's own life is an extremely powerful instinct in all of us. It takes tremendous courage to be able to act against such a powerful instinct, to risk one's own life to save the life of another person. 25-year-old tour guide Sol Ik-soo was returning home with a group of South Korean tourists from a trip to Beijing, China. As the plane prepared to land at Kim Hae Airport in South Korea, Sol was thinking about his wife. They had been married 1 month earlier, and it was their first time apart. Suddenly, the airplane started shaking, and he heard a crashing sound. The lights went out, and a ball of fire ran up and down the cabin. The plane crashed into a mountaintop, killing more than 120 of the passengers on board. Somehow, Sol managed to crawl through a hole in the side of the plane and escape. Sol feared an explosion, so his first thought was to run to save his own life. But he could hear the other passengers inside the plane calling for help. He went back and lifted a survivor onto his back, carrying him away from the plane to safety. Sol remembers carrying at least 3 or 4 injured people from the plane. But in fact, there may have been as many as 10. When asked about it later, he said, "I don't know where the energy came from. It felt like I wasn't carrying anything at all." Sol tore his shirt into bandages for the wounded and used his belt to bind up a man's badly bleeding leg. It wasn't until he stopped and sat down to smoke a cigarette that he realized his own face was covered in blood. When asked how he managed to perform so heroically, Sol replied, "I couldn't have done it in my right mind." Everyone who knows Sol describes him as an ordinary guy. His boss describes him this way: "I know Sol as cheerful and hardworking, but just a normal young man. Now I have a new view of him. He's a remarkable person. We're all very proud." Where does this kind of courage come from? How does a normal person manage to act so fearlessly? Sol says, "My parents always brought me up to believe people and life are very precious." It was this belief that enabled Sol, an ordinary person, to do something truly extraordinary and heroic.
Well, we have this story of this Korean guy who was a normal person. He was a normal person, yeah? A normal young man. But suddenly, in a very specific circumstance, he acts like a hero. He acts like a hero. So, this is something that I want you to know. What is the message? What is the main message of this story? Who can tell me the message that you heard about this guy, this Korean guy? I'm looking for this. Oh no. Let's go to page 34 again, and we have an exercise. Yeah, we have an exercise. Exercise B. Exercise B. We are talking about the news, about the accident, about that a lot of people passed away, a lot of people died, 120, something like that. But there were some survivals. And because some survived because of the heroic act of this Korean guy. So, we are going to do the exercise B, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And um, there are some words that we have to complete. And the words are adjective, adverb, or noun that we have in that page. For example, number 1, I'm going to do number 1. Saul's decision to go back to the plane wreckage was extremely. Can you imagine there is an accident and you are alive and you see the plane crashed and you heard some people crying, asking for help. So you are outside the plane, but when you heard people crying, you decided to go back. Your decision is to go back and help people. So that means what? Is the decision to go back to the plane in order to save people was extremely
Courageous.
courageous. Correct? Courageous. Yeah, you need courageous to go back. You need, in English we say guts. Guts. Yeah, to go back and do that because there might be an explosion. It's a very risky situation. Yeah, but the decision was to go back and save some people's life. Yeah, so it's courageous. Yeah, it's courageous. Is an adjective. It's a courageous action. Courageous. Good, very good, very good. Number 2, let's take a look to number 2. Although a word that airplane could explode at any moment, so what? Return to the plane again and again to rescue wounded passengers. He took the decision to go back and help people. Now, it was a word that the plane might explode. Yeah. So what?
Bravery.
Bravery. Bravery. Yeah. He returned is an adverb. Bravely. Bravely. He bravely returned is an adverb because it's qualifying what he did. He returned. He returned bravely. Bravely. Okay. So bravely return. Yeah. Is qualifying his return. Okay, the decision of returning, the decision of going back to the plane. So it's qualifying the verb return. He bravely returned. Good, very good. Okay, to the plane again and again to rescue wounded passengers. Number 3. Souls to risk his life to save others was extraordinary. That is a known. That is a known that is going there because we are talking about Saul's action. Yeah. He wanted to do that. He was ready to do that.
Willingness.
Good, Aldair. Saul's willingness to risk his life to save others was extraordinary. He was ready to do that. He was anxious to do that. Saul's willingness. Yeah. Your willingness to speak English. Normally, after that, that is a verb. Yeah. Yeah. To risk his life. Very good. Very good. Number four. The story suggests that anyone, even an apparently ordinary person, is capable of
Heroic.
heroic is an adjective. Heroic activity, heroic act. Yeah, heroic act. Good. Yeah. Say anyone can be a hero. Heroic act. Very good. And most people don't have the to add
Courage.
the courage. The last one is courage. Yeah, courage as a known. Most people don't have the it's a known the courage, el coraje, yeah, the courage to act in the way Saul did. Yeah, have the courage. Okay, this is an exercise. This is an exercise to uh, to put in practice adjective, adverb, or noun, remembering the story. Yeah, remembering the story of this guy, this hero, and the story of this hero. So now this is another exercise that normally some teachers put in the quizzes. They put the same and they put in order to know if you understood, yeah, the story. Exercise C normally appears in quizzes. Okay, normal appears in quizzes. Well, now we're going to here we have something to read about uh, Rosa Parks, Dr. Sheikh Umar Khan, and Alicia Sorohan. Yeah, and those are heroic acts that people in some period of their life they did. Yeah, they did. Some period of their life they did. And one of the stories that I love the most is Rosa Parks' story. Okay, so what are we going to do? We are going to read the participation that we are going to read these stories. Yeah, Rosa Parks, Dr. Shay Umar Khan, and Alicia Sorohan. So we are going to start with Alicia Sorohan, then Dr. Sheikh Umar Khan, and finally Rosa Parks. Finally Rosa Parks because I have a video, it's a cartoon about Rosa Parks, and I would like to pay attention to that cartoon. And maybe many years later, you're going to remember all these guys. You are going to remember Rosa Parks because of the video. Okay, because of the video. So, who's going to a person who has not participated in the class can read Alicia Sorohan? Okay, Ronaldo, good. Ronaldo is going to read Alicia Sorohan. Okay, tip for reading. Don't try to read so fast. Try to read slowly and a normal pace in order to have the pause when there is a comma pause, a particle pause. And if you don't know something, ask later, okay, about the meaning. Okay, Ronaldo, can you start reading Alicia Sorohan?
Yes. Alicia Sorohan. On October 11th, while camping in Queensland, Australia, Alicia Sorohan awoke to the sound of someone screaming. Rushing out of her tent, she came across her friend Mike Kerr in the mouth of a 4.2 meters saltwater
Crocodile.
crocodile. The 60 years old grandmother immediately jumped on the back of the giant crocodile, which drove her and attacked her, biting her in the face and arm. When shot and killed by another member of the group.
When shot and killed.
When shot and killed by another member of the group. The crocodile had short hands armed in its mouth and was dragging her into the water. Shorohan and Kerr both survived the incident throughout, but had serious injuries.
Injuries.
Injuries. Family members of the victims in shot after the horrible attack say that Shorohan's is how do you say
Speedy.
speedy response had
Good.
been astonishing.
Astonishing.
Astonishing. She deserved an award of some kind. Say Wayne Clancy, her son-in-law.
Okay, some kind. Yeah, an award of some kind. Okay, good, very good. You know, eventually, when we haven't seen, when we haven't heard an English story or of English reading, is is sometimes we have some mistakes when pronouncing because we haven't heard before. Yeah. So uh, there is a vocabulary of some sentences or words that you don't understand in this reading. What happened? What happened? Who can summarize? Who can summarize what happened with his or her own words? What happened? People in a camping, there is a tent. We are all together in the tent when suddenly we heard somebody screaming, "Oh my God!" Now, you go out and you see what you saw: a crocodile, a big one, salty water crocodile. Yeah, crocodile. Sorry, salty water crocodile. Yeah, when somebody in the mouth of the crocodile. And what did the grandmother do? What did she do when he saw the crocodile eating the guy? 60-year-old lady.
She jumped in its back.
He jumped into the crocodile's back. Oh, good. Yeah. And immediately when the crocodile felt somebody on his back, he released the other guy and attacked the old lady. Yeah, the old lady. Yeah. And what happened? What happened when the crocodile was about to kill the old lady? What happened? Somebody in the group? What did somebody in the group do?
Someone else shot the crocodile and killed it.
Shot and killed the crocodile. The crocodile. There is a difference between alligators, caiman, and crocodile. But I'm not an expert in these things. But there is a difference. And this is a salty water crocodile that they can go to the sea. They can go to the sea because normally the crocodiles are on the rivers and ponds like that. You know? Okay, somebody shot and killed the crocodile. Yeah. Okay, so can you imagine that an old lady, like 60-year-old lady, a grandmother, she did something heroic, a heroic act, saved the guy's life. Okay, good. Now we are going to read Dr. Sheikh Umar Khan.
Me, teacher.
Catherine Navarro Collazos. Good,
Yes.
good, Catherine. Okay. Ronaldo and Catherine participated today. Ronaldo reading. Catherine. August 4. Okay, okay, Catherine.
Start, teacher.
Yes, you can start.
The Shane Humor Camp. In 2014, an Ebola epidemic raged in three African countries, Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. This thing, frightening,
Frightening.
frightening viral disease.
Viral. This we have to learn the complete sentence. This frightening viral disease. Repeat that.
Frightening viral disease.
Okay,
For
good.
which there was no prevention or treatment, typical killed at the vaccine 16% to 90% of those infected.
Infected.
Infected. Dr. Shane Humor can arrive hailed as a medical hero in his native Sierra Leone for having saved hundreds of
Life.
life during 10 years of battling Lassa fevers, a disease similar to Ebola rushed into care for more than 100 Ebola
Patience.
Dr. Khan knew better than anyone else that the people at greatest risk were healthcare workers. In spite of taking precaution, Dr. Khan and three of the nurses who worked with him died of the virus within 3 days of each other.
Or unfortunately, this doctor and his nurses passed away. They die because Ebola is, my God, is a virus, is a very dangerous virus. Okay, I would like to maybe not today, but maybe I'm going to write it down, the past participle pronunciation. Okay, I would like to remember you over and over and over again that the pronunciation of the past and the past participles of regular verbs in English. For example, here, doctor, in the last sentence, Dr. Ken and three of the nurses who worked, not work it, no, who worked, is a T sound at the end, worked with him, died of this virus within 3 days of each other. Yeah, work. Another verb is precaution. Just okay. Okay, there is a for which there was no probation or treatment. Typically, okay. There is another verb, infect. Infect. Infect finished in a T sound. A T sound, like want. Yeah, like want. So the verbs that finish in a T sound and a D sound, you pronounce the ED. So you say, for example, of those infected, the verb is infect. I say virus, the virus infects many people, infects. But the past is the virus infected, or the people infected by the virus. So infected, like disappointed, needed, wanted. Yeah. But verbs like work is work. talk is talk. They finish in a T sound. I'm going to give you a video about that. There are a lot of video, but I'm going to give you one of the best. I'm going to paste in the group just to remember that. Just to remember that. Okay? Just to remember that. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Catherine, for reading. And now we go to Rosa Parks. Now we go to Rosa Parks. Okay. Now we go to Rosa Parks. Okay, I like this story because I want you to know that I visited the southern states of the United States. I had my brother-in-law, the elder one, in Nashville, Tennessee. And also we have been in Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Tennessee, the Carolinas. That is the south of the United States. And in the south of the United States, the Civil War in the United States in 1860 was because there were some states in which slavery was legal, and other states they didn't want slavery to continue. Yeah, they wanted to free the slave, the black people, yeah, from slavery. Yeah, because there was the economical way of producing things. Slavery was a way of producing things. The southern states were agricultural states. They grew tobacco and cotton. Yeah, and the hand labor was Afro-Americans, but not free people, a slave. So the production way, they did that by the slavery situation of the Afro-American people. Okay, so the segregation in the southern states, nevertheless, the states from the north, they won the war. The segregation was still in the southern states. Yeah. Even the law says that there was no slavery, no more slavery in the United States. The segregation was still in the United States, and it was impossible to black people to go to some schools, to some universities, because black people could not go to those white people universities. Even artists, singers, they cannot. For example, I don't know if you remember Louis Armstrong. Louis Armstrong, such a good singer, a trumpet man, one of the best jazz singers. Yeah, Louis Armstrong. When Louis Armstrong went to perform in a famous hotel, he couldn't enter by the main gate. No. He couldn't go to the swimming pool. No, because he was black. He was black. Yeah. There is a nice, maybe one of these days, we can hear that song. There is a song that say, "What did I do to be so black and blue? What did I do? What did I do to be so black and blue?" You know what is blue? In English, blue is azul, but also is sad. Sad. So there is a blues. Blues, the translation of blues is a sad song. It's a very sad song. Lamentos. Lamento. Blues in English are like lamentos in Spanish. So one of the blues, very famous blues of Louis Armstrong, is a song that says, "What did I do to be so black and blue? ¿Qué hice para ser negro y triste? What did I do to be so black and blue?" Well, I remember this because I visited or I have visited the southern states of the United States so many times. So many times. I went to Nashville, Tennessee, to Huntsville, Alabama, or to Polsky, Alabama. Polsky was a place where the Ku Klux Klan was born. You know the Ku Klux Klan? Okay. So we are going to see a video about Rosa Parks, but at the same time, we're going to read this. Okay, the volunteer to read Rosa Parks.
Wolfgang.
Wolfgang Sanguino, please. You can start.
Rosa Parks. In 1915, Rosa Parks.
No. Wait. In English, you can say in 1,900. No. But when you're going to have a day, you divide it into 1955. In 1965. Okay, again.
1955. In 1955, Rosa Parks got on a city bus in Montgomery, a city in the southern U.S. had sat down in senior reform. In those days, buses in Montgomery were racially segregated.
Segregated.
Segregated,
Segregated.
segregating, and the front 10 seats were permanently reserved for white passengers. Passengers. The driver told her to move to the back. Back parts refused.
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 Refused. This sound. Refused.
Refused. The driver then called the police.
The only way that you pronounce the ed is when the verb finish in a t or d sound. Remember, want, wanted, need, needed, disappoint, disappointed, segregate, segregated. But when there is another one finished in a d sound, you say cold, cold, not cold, cold, in a d sound, cold. Okay, the driver what?
The driver then called the police.
Okay.
And she was arrested and taken.
And she was what?
She was arrested.
Arrest finishing what? Arrest is a verb. Finishing in what sound?
She was arrested and taken to.
No. Again, arrest is a verb. Es arrestar. Arrest. And finish in what sound? Who can tell me? Arrest.
Arrest.
What is the sound? What is the sound of the verb? It's in the present. Arrest.
Arrest.
Okay. Is it what? It's a T sound. Arrest. Arrest. And if it is a T sound, the past and the past participle of a regular verb, you add the ed. Arrested. She was arrested. Okay. So that's what I want, that you know exactly when you pronounce a D, a T, or an ED sound. Okay? She was arrested. Good. Continue.
She was arrested and taken to jail. Rosa Parks' act of defiance to great courage.
To great courage.
To great courage. Because of the brutality and injustice.
No, brutality or brutality and injustice.
Injustice. African Americans face.
Good. Faced. Yeah.
At that time, in the zone of the use
of the United States. Yeah.
Her arrest become really important.
Try to. This is an exercise for reading. Yeah. So her arrest became
a rallying point.
A rallying point
at the African American community
organization.
Organization.
No, he say doesn't say that. Organized.
Organized a community organized a bus
Boycott.
boycott that
That what?
that lasted
Uh,
three
lasted. Good.
lasted
Lasted. Because last, durar, finish in a T sound. So lasted. Good.
that lasted 381
81.
days, during which no African American rode a city bus in Montgomery. Park's action had a powerful economic impact on the bus company, which was forced to change its policy.
Forced.
For,
Forced. Yeah.
for to
No
change
forced. Porque no termina en T. I'm speaking in Spanish. Forced to
for
change
to change its policy.
policy. Policy.
Policy.
Primarily.
Ultimately, through the efforts of the community,
Community.
racial
Segregation.
segregation of public buses was made illegal.
Teacher, in your microphone.
God. What happened? Okay. Okay. You have to do this. You have to practice reading. Yeah. The best way is that you first you listen and then you read. And if you can record your reading, so much the better. So much the better. Okay. So much the better. So Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks is a very famous woman in the United States. And she is a hero for many people in the United States, white and Afro-American people. Yeah, because there are a lot of white people in the United States that they are aware of the problem of segregation in the United States, the problem of segregation. But there are other people that they believe that the United States is only for white people. There is a, I'm going to show you something here. Can you hear this? Can you listen to this? Can you see this? You see this? WASP. Okay. What stands for WASP? White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Those are the people that they believe that the United States is only for white Anglo-Saxon and Protestant. When I say Anglo-Saxon, it's people that are coming from England, from Germany, from Sweden, Norway, yeah, Denmark. Anglo-Saxon, yeah, Protestant, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. It's not for Latino people. It's not for Black people or Afro-American people. It's not for Chinese. It's not for Italians, Spaniards. Only WASP people. So they believe so. They believe in that way. Yeah, that's why there are segregation. That's why when you go to the United States, you join communities in order to defend yourself from those groups. Yeah, from those groups. So let's now. Do you have any questions about vocabulary of Rosa Parks? That maybe you or a sentence or the meaning Yeah, do you have, or do you understand everything? And only pronunciation was the problem. Well, now you see what was the problem. Who can tell me what was the problem specifically that happened to Rosa Parks? Who can explain to me? Rosa Parks was working hard, and he took a bus. He got on the bus, and what happened? She got on the bus, and what happened?
She
She
sat on a
sat,
front
he
seat.
sat down. Okay, Adriana.
She sat down in a front seat which were reserved just for white people.
Yes, the front seats were only for white people, only for white people. But she was tired and was empty, and she sat down there. And suddenly, a white guy got on. Pay attention, got on the bus. You get in a taxi, but you get on a bus. A white guy got on the bus and demanded Rosa Parks' seat. Yeah, demanded Rosa Parks' seat. This is my seat. You have to go to the back of the bus. And Rosa Parks say, no, I'm not going to stand up. I'm going to stay here. I have the right to be here. So, oh my God, there was a big problem. A big problem. The guy called the driver, and the driver called the police, and the police put in jail. The police put in jail Rosa Parks. And when Rosa Parks was in jail, oh my God, all the Afro-American peoples got together and they boycott. They protested. Yeah. And they ordered no Afro-American guys, no Afro-American people are going to take the buses again. And how many days they stay on a strike? You know what is a strike, Huelga? 381 days. And what happened with the bus company is, for example, that in order to protest to a bad service, we agree not to take the Transmetro. No one in Barranquilla is going to take the Transmetro. What happened with the Transmetro? No money. So they go broke. So that was the protest. Okay, Rosa Parks protest. Okay, thank you. I'm going to watch you a video. It's a 3 minutes video about this, about Rosa Parks. Let's take a look to this. Oh, I'm going to turn the microphone off in order to have a better listening. Okay, here we go. Oh, sorry. First, I have to.
Over 12 million men, women, and children passed this way. Passed through rooms and corridors.
Sorry. Um, Maybe this is not the video because I have a bunch of videos. I need to go. Sorry.
Rosa Parks lived in Montgomery, a city in Alabama. At that time, in the South of the United States, blacks weren't allowed to go to the same restaurants or to the same schools as whites. And on buses, blacks had to sit in the back, whereas whites sat in the front and in the middle. That was called segregation. One day, on December the 1st, 1955, Rosa Parks was sitting on a bus on her way home. Then, a white passenger got on the bus, but all the seats were taken.
Go to the back of the bus and give me your seat.
I see no reason why I should give you my seat just because I'm black. I'm tired. I'm not going to move.
What? I can't believe this. Driver, this woman refuses to leave her seat. Call the police. Don't make a fuss. Leave your seat immediately, or we'll have to arrest you.
I won't give up my rights. You can arrest me. I'm tired of being treated like a second-class citizen. For 42 years, I have been discriminated against. I don't mind going to prison.
A few days later, the African American community reacted to Rosa Parks' arrest. A young clergyman, Martin Luther King, joined the movement.
Boycott all city buses on December 5th. We are asking every Negro to stay off the buses to protest against the arrest of Rosa Parks. Don't ride the buses to work, to town, to school, or anywhere on Monday. If you work, take a cab or walk.
The boycott was a success. Black people did not take the city buses. It became a real problem for the bus company, which was losing a lot of money. And this lasted for more than one day, for more than a month, for more than a year.
And now, the news from Alabama. The boycott of the city buses has finally ended, 381 days after the arrest of Rosa Parks. Today, the Supreme Court has declared bus segregation illegal in Alabama.
All forms of segregation were abolished in the United States 12 years later, in 1968. Rosa Parks became one of the most famous Black Americans of the 20th century. She was called the mother of the civil rights movement. She died in 2005 at the age of 92.
Okay, this is a story that I'm going to put it again because I want that you pay careful attention to the pronunciation. For example, buses, buses, no bus, or buses, arrested, all the pronunciation of all the verbs. Now we know the story, but now pay careful attention, special attention to the pronunciation of words. I'm going to put the subtitles again. I'm going to put my microphone off and the subtitles again, and you are going to pay careful attention to the listening pronunciation. Here we go again.
Rosa Parks lived in Montgomery, a city in Alabama. At that time, in the south of the Rosa Parks lived in Montgomery, a city in Alabama. At that time, in the south of the United States, blacks weren't allowed to go to the same restaurants or to the same schools as whites. And on buses, blacks had to sit in the back, whereas whites sat in the front and in the middle. That was called segregation. One day, on December the 1st, 1955, Rosa Parks was sitting on a bus on her way home. Then, a white passenger got on the bus, but all the seats were taken.
Go to the back of the bus and give me your seat.
I see no reason why I should give you my seat just because I'm black. I'm tired. I'm not going to move.
What? I can't believe this. Driver, this woman refuses to leave her seat. Call the police. Don't make a fuss. Leave your seat immediately, or we'll have to arrest you.
I won't give up my rights. You can arrest me. I'm tired of being treated like a second-class citizen. For 42 years, I have been discriminated against. I don't mind going to prison.
A few days later, the African American community reacted to Rosa Parks' arrest. A young clergyman, Martin Luther King, joined the movement.
Boycott all city buses on December 5th. We are asking every Negro to stay off the buses to protest against the arrest of Rosa Parks. Don't ride the buses to work, to town, to school, or anywhere on Monday. If you work, take a cab or walk.
The boycott was a success. Black people did not take the city buses. It became a real problem for the bus company, which was losing a lot of money. And this lasted for more than one day, for more than a month, for more than a year.
And now, the news from Alabama. The boycott of the city buses has finally ended, 381 days after the arrest of Rosa Parks. Today, the Supreme Court has declared bus segregation illegal in Alabama.
All forms of segregation were abolished in the United States 12 years later, in 1968. Rosa Parks became one of the most famous Black Americans of the 20th century. She was called the mother of the civil rights movement. She died in 2005 at the age of 92.
Okay, so this is Rosa Parks' story, and also the purpose was first to know about Rosa Parks, and secondly to see the pronunciation, to listen to the pronunciation of regular verbs, past and past participle. For example, the boycott has ended, ended, yeah, abolished, no abolished, abolished, yeah, reacted, reacted. So that's what I want, that you pay careful attention, and maybe next or one of these days I'm going to give you a complete video about past and past participle pronunciation of regular verbs, okay. So here was the video about Rosa Parks, very easy, very simple, but didactical, very didactical, okay. All right, let's go now to the last part of this unit, number 3, and is reducing adverbial clauses to adverbial phrases. I would like that you take a look and read this. Take 3 minutes to read this. Is page 36. That we are going to come back to this, and we are going to also to explain something about reducing this, but we are going to read this. Read this, and in 3 minutes, I'll be back. I'll be back. Okay. Um, let's I expect that everybody is on page 36 because we are going to take a look to reducing adverbial clauses to adverbial phrases. Yeah, to reducing adverbial clauses to adverbial phrases. And this is something that we can do. Yeah, and this is a model of writing. Yeah, you can write in English in many different ways. The same idea, you can write the same idea in many different ways. Yeah, and the only way that you can reduce, yeah, two sentences, that you can reduce two sentences, is that in that two sentences, the two sentences, they have the same subject. If the two sentences have the same subject, you can reduce. If in one sentence you have a subject and in the other one is a different subject, it's impossible to reduce. That's the first step. That's the first step. Okay? So, for example, let's take a look on page 36, adverbial clauses. When I fell off my bike, I hurt my back. Yeah. When I fell off my bike, comma, I fell, yeah, I hurt my back. Two sentences, the subject is the same, I. When I fell off my bike, I hurt my back. I fell off. So it's the same. We can reduce. And how we reduce? We can reduce in different ways. For example, one way, when falling off my bike, I hurt my back. When falling off my bike, I hurt my back. We can drop out when. Say, falling off my bike, I hurt my back. Okay? Another one. When we were eating, we got a cold. We got a cold when we were eating. When we were eating, comma, we got a cold. The subject, we, in the first one. In the second, we can reduce. So we can say, when eating, we got a cold. When eating, we got a cold. Yeah? So in the second one, we take out the verb be. The verb be. When we were eating, yeah, we got a cold. So we say when eating, no, when we were eating. We were eating. When eating, we got a cold. Oh, or we can say eating, we got a cold. Okay? Number 3. We saw a bird while we were hiking. We saw a bird while we were hiking. Reducing. We saw a bird while hiking. We saw a bird while hiking. Another one. Before I left, comma, I sent my father a letter. Before I left is in the past. I sent my father a letter. Yeah. I sent in the past too. So before leaving, and we change the past by the present participle. Present participle is gerund. Yeah. Before leaving, I sent my parents a letter. And the other one is after I had shared my news, and I had shared is past participle. Yeah. After I had shared my news, I felt better. Reducing. After we take out the had share. After having shared my news, I felt better. Okay. Sometimes this is difficult, sometimes this is easy. I sent to you, to the institutional email, 4 videos, 4 videos, Jennifer videos, that is a very good teacher, and she's plain easy, very easy. If you pay attention to this, if you pay attention to this explanation, we suppose that in the level 6 you know all of this, how to reduce, because we have seen before, and this level is for refreshment. There is nothing new in grammar in this, but I consider myself that this is very important, not for speaking but for writing. This is very important for writing. Yeah, because when you write, you need a style. Yeah, if you're a good writer, I mean, you don't write as everybody writes. For example, first the subject, then the verb, then the object. Yeah, that's very easy. But if you want to change, you need to use adverbial clauses of, there are a lot of adverbial clauses of reason, adverbial clauses of condition, adverbial clauses of time. Yeah, there are a lot of adverbial clauses. So I would like to take a look to some videos that are very easy to understand, because they have examples. And these videos that we are going to watch, uh, they started, or they start with a story. So we are going to listen Jennifer speaking, reading. Jennifer is the lady who is the teacher. Jennifer is the teacher. So she is going to read story. She's going to read story. So we can do a lot of things with this video. We're going to pay careful attention to the story. We are going to understand the story. Okay? There are some words like ghost, ramble, glide. There are some words that we can define, we can understand by the context. And the story is about one night Jennifer was at home, and suddenly she started listening some strange noises. Yeah, and she went to find out what's going on. Yeah, and the problem was that her husband was snoring, and the TV was on. The TV set was on, so she heard voices, and this is this strange sound. Yeah, and also the pipe, the heater was sounding strange. So she went to find out, but she was alone. No, she was not alone, but she was at home listening some strange noises. He took an umbrella and he went to see what's going on. And she found out that was her husband. But also when her husband opened his eyes, she was also afraid, because what he saw was an umbrella, yeah, aiming at him. So that was the story. So she reads the story, and then with that story, she explained how to change, how to reduce adverbial clauses in order to have a better writing style. There are 4 videos about this, but we are going to see only one or two videos, Yeah, the other ones you can take a look at home. You can practice. you can take it as grammar videos, because I know for sure that in these levels we didn't study this so deep. Yeah, we take a superficial look at the reduction, like this one. I don't know if in former courses in the fifth level and the fourth level we studied this, because during the pandemic we have been advised to highlight some special grammar topics. Not all of them, not all of them. Okay, because eventually we take too much time explaining something, and there is pending things that for some students are very important and for others they are not. They are not. For example, here in this class I have seen that we have very good students. There are other students that need to improve, maybe pronunciation, maybe writing, maybe reading, maybe grammar. It's up to you. Yeah, everyone have some kind of hardships. You know what are hardships or shortcomings? We have hardship or shortcomings in English. Shortcomings in English. Yeah, I mean, I am good at speaking, but I am not good at reading. I am good at writing, but I am not good at listening. Yeah, those are our shortcomings. So we want to improve in that shortcoming. Yeah, maybe I need to listen more, or maybe I need to write more, or maybe I need to speak more. Those are the shortcomings that every one of us has, and we need to improve. So we are going back to this video of Jennifer about this topic, reducing adverbial clauses to adverbial phrases or to adverbial sentences. Okay, all right, any questions, any opinion? Do you have any opinion? Do you have any suggestions? What we are going to see this, it's gonna take like the first one we stop, the second one we stop, like 15 minutes. Okay, any suggestions or any idea about it? No. Okay, we are going to start reducing adverbial clauses. Yeah, here we go. All right. No. Sorry. First, I would like to review some grammar. Some grammar. Yeah, because it's not Jennifer, it's another guy, but it's very simple. It's very simple. We are going to review some grammar about clauses, adverbial clauses. So this is
Hi guys, I'm Brad DiNardo with the Intensive English program at the University of Georgia. Today I'm going to talk to you about how to reduce adverb clauses. Reducing
sorry, this is not the video. Sorry. Look like.
Hi, welcome back to ingvid.com. I'm Adam. In today's lesson, we're going to look at the adverb clause. Okay. Now, this is one of the dependent clauses that we're going to look at. I also have a lesson about noun clauses and adjective clauses. I have a lesson about the independent clause, which is different from all of these. Today, we're looking at the adverb clause, which depends on the grammar book you're using. Again, they like to use different words. Some people call this the subordinate clause. Subordinate meaning under, right? Sub means under. It's under the independent clause, means it's the independent clause is the more important one. The subordinate clause is the second. Now, the thing to remember about adverb clauses, what makes them different from noun clauses or adjective clauses, is that they don't modify words. Okay? A noun clause modifies or acts as a specific function to something in the independent clause. It could be the subject, it could be the object of the verb, for example, or it could be a complement. But it's always working with some other word in the independent clause. The adjective clause, always modifies or identifies a noun in the sentence, in the clause, etc. The adverb clause shows a relationship. And that's very, very important to remember because the subordinate conjunctions, the words that join the clause to the independent clause, has a very specific function. The two clauses, the independent clause and the subordinate clause, have a very distinct relationship. Okay? So here are some of those relationships. Reason, contrast, condition, time, purpose, and comparison. Okay? There are others, but we're going to focus on these because these are the more common ones. And there are many conjunctions, but I'm only going to give you a few here just so you have an idea how the adverb clause works. Okay? So for example, when we're looking at reason, okay, before I give you actual sentence examples, I'm going to talk to you about the conjunctions. These are called the subordinate conjunctions. They very clearly show the relationship between the clauses, so you have to remember that. So because, okay? Because means reason. So I did something because I had to do it. Okay, so I did something, independent clause, because, why? I had to do it. I had no choice. That's the relationship between the two. Since can also mean because. Since, of course, can also mean since the beginning of something, since a time. But it can also mean because when we're using it as an adverb clause conjunction. Contrast. Contrast means to show that there's a difference. Now, it could be yes, no, positive, negative, but it doesn't have to be. It could be one idea and then a contrasting idea. One expectation and one completely different result. Okay? You have to be very careful not to look for a positive or negative verb or a positive or negative anything else. But we're going to look at examples for that. The more common conjunctions for that is although or though. Both are okay, mean the same thing. Or whereas. Okay? Although I am very rich, I can't afford to buy a Lamborghini. Okay, so rich means lots of money. Can't afford means not enough money. Contrasting ideas, they're a little bit opposite from what one expects. Contrast reason. Condition. Condition means one thing must be true for something else to be true. So for the part of the independent clause to be true, the situation, the action, the event, whatever, then the condition must first be true. If I were a rich man, I would buy a Lamborghini. But even though I'm a rich man, although I'm a rich man, I can't afford one. So we use if as long as, again, there are others. Time. This is another relationship. When did something happen? We use when, we use while, we use other conjunctions as well. I will call you when I get home. So this call that I will make to you will happen at the time that I get home. That's the relationship between the two. Purpose. I asked my boss for a pay raise so that I could afford my Lamborghini, which I can't afford now. Comparison. If I want to compare two things. Now you have to be very careful with comparisons because they don't always have to take a clause. But if you're comparing clause to clause, if you're comparing action to action, then you must use a comparison conjunction with an adverb clause to show. So, I am not as able to do this as she is, right? I am not as able as she, subject is verb, comparing two situations, two actions, etc. So now that we see some of the relationships we can use and some of the conjunctions we can use, let's look at some sentence examples to see how this works. Okay, let's look at some examples now. I'm going to show you some do's and don'ts, things you should do, things you should not do. But again, everything has an exception. We'll talk about that. Let's look at three independent clauses. I love pizza. Very simple. I love pizza. I rarely eat it. I very
Sorry, unexpecting, and I suppose it was unexpecting a person from Universidad del Atlántico to join us because that person wants to take a look to the class in order to evaluate. It's like a supervisor, evaluate. You know that in every class, a teacher and students evaluate everything, evaluate the class, and students evaluate the teacher. And I received that I had to give my code, the class password, in order to somebody enter the class. But I see that somebody was entering the class that was not invited, that was not, well, that's why I stopped. But I would like to remind you that we are taking a look to adverbial clauses, and that there are a lot of adverbial clauses, contrast, reason, time. Yeah, there are a lot. So that's why I put this video in order to see. Now we are going to see examples. Sorry. I live very close to a lot of hospitals, a clinic, and there are a lot of ambulances going in and out. So sorry for the noise. Oh, sorry. Okay, we are going back to see examples. And I would like to take a look because it's the way we write. Yeah, it's the way we write in English. Sometimes, especially when now that I was watching your writing during the quiz, there are some people that write very well, very well. They people that can express ideas very easily. Yeah, in such a way, writing is an style. Writing is a style. Garcia Marquez write with this style. All the Americans writers write with a very definite, in a very definite way. Hemingway, all these writers, they have a very special style. So let's take a look again to the video.
relationships we can use and some of the conjunctions we can use. Let's look at some sentence examples to see how this works. Okay, let's look at some examples now. I'm going to show you some do's and don'ts, things you should do, things you should not do. But again, everything has an exception. We'll talk about that. Let's look at 3 independent clauses. I love pizza. Very simple. I love pizza. I rarely eat it. I very seldom, I almost never eat pizza. It's unhealthy. It being pizza. Now, I want to combine all of these things together, but I want to make sure that there's a relationship between these two and this one, maybe even this one, okay? Although I love pizza, so right away you're expecting a contrast. I love pizza. So you think if I love pizza, I eat it every day, right? Well, right away you understand probably not. There's going to be a contrast coming up. I rarely eat it. I love it. I rarely eat it. Doesn't make sense. They're opposites. Well, there's your opposite conjunction. Why do I rarely eat it? Because it's unhealthy. So I rarely eat it, even though I love it. There's your contrast. Because there's your reason and why rarely eat. Okay? I have a contrast between how I feel about pizza and how often I eat it. I have a reason of why I rarely eat it, because it's unhealthy. So this sentence is perfect. Everything works well together. Another thing to keep in mind, one sentence can have many adverb clauses. As many relationships as you need, you can put into a sentence. Again, once your sentence gets too long with too many clauses going on, then you're starting to get a little bit confusing to your reader. Now, another thing I want to mention, you'll notice the comma here. Generally speaking, when you begin a sentence with an adverb clause, generally speaking, you're going to put a comma. Now, in today's writing, more and more writers don't like commas. If they can avoid it, if I can take it out and still make sense, and it's still very clear and very easy to understand what's going on, take it out. If you're not sure, if you're starting a sentence with an adverb, just put a comma at the end of the adverb clause before your independent clause. When you get into mixed sentences where you have clauses inside clauses, then it starts becoming more confusing, but it's still very logical. But I'll do that in a separate lesson, embedded clauses, that everything sort of mixes up together. You have all 3 clauses in one sentence. It's a little confusing. Let's look at this sentence. I rarely eat pizza, although I love it, because it's unhealthy. Now, if you're saying this sentence, if you're speaking it, no problem, the person will understand you. This is not a good sentence to write out in written English. Why? Because sometimes you want to place your clauses in a relationship that makes sense. I rarely eat pizza, although I love it. Okay, no problem. But if I put because it's unhealthy, now the because is about the rarely eat, not about the I love it. I don't love it because it's unhealthy. I love it because it's delicious. I don't eat it because it's unhealthy. So you have to be very careful about positioning your adverb clauses. Make sure that the relationship makes sense. In this case, because this one is connected to this clause, it seems to go together, and this seems to show the relationship there. Again, when you're speaking it, then you will say, I rarely eat pizza, although I love it, because it's unhealthy. So then to the person listening, this goes with this. This is the actual sentence, and this is an aside, but very difficult to make a reader understand that. So go with the logical connections, try to put adverb clauses or try to put clauses together so that the relationship is very clear, okay? Now, let's look at this one. I want to drive this home about the relationship. It's so important to understand the relationships between clauses. Although I love pizza, I eat it often. Now, does this sentence make sense? No, of course not. Because the reader, or even the listener in this case, as soon as the reader or listener hears this word, they're listening for 2 opposite things, 2 contrasting ideas or actions or whatever the case. So love, good. Eat often, good. Positive, positive. There's no contrast, right? So the thing you have to remember, so what's the relationship here? Because. Because I love pizza, I eat it often. Notice here I didn't put the comma. With because, very uncommon to use the comma, but again, you could, you don't need to, because it's very clear.
This was the part that I wanted to present to you. Yeah, how we use some special words like although, like because, like when in the sentence, when or before or after, that indicates after, before indicates time. Although indicates contracts, because indicates reason. So that's why I want that you remember when you're talking about adverbial clauses. We are not talking about reducing yet. We are just talking about adverbial clauses. So you have to understand that we have adverbial clauses when we are going to talk about a contrast, when we are going to talk about time, when we are going to talk about reason. Okay, so we use those words in adverbial clauses. All right, well, now let's go back to our original idea of reducing adverbial clauses. So again, I'm going to tell you, we are going to listen story. Yeah, Jennifer is going to tell us a story in the way he writes, and in order to improve the writing, Jennifer is going to reduce some sentences. Yeah, it's like the sentences are explained here in this page 36. But this explanation is a little bit more deeper. Yeah, it's a little bit more deeper. In this book, is you just take a look to this and that's all. Take a look to this. Here we remember, be careful before punctuation, and that is a practice. Here we have a writing model. But I would like that you get something more interesting and deeper, and you can take it in order to use whenever you want. If you are going to be a writer or you are going to write something in English and you use too many adverbial clauses, you can reduce them, but you can reduce it in a good way. Maybe you can reduce, or you not, or because of the writing, you prefer not to reduce, and then you should know how to write the sentence properly. So that's what we are going to see right now. Okay, so I'm going to turn off my
Reducing adverb clauses. It may surprise you to know that I really enjoy scary stories. Not the kind with monsters and killing, but the kind with strange sounds at night and mysterious shadows. These stories are thrilling because I know they're just for fun. We especially like scary stories in October here in the US. That's when we celebrate Halloween. Well, a good story is enjoyable any time of the year, and I'd like to share a story with you now to help us talk about a grammar point, adverb clauses, and how we reduce them to phrases. The first time you hear the story,
Don't concern yourself with structures. Just enjoy the story. Try to focus on what's happening. That's the first step to mastering a grammar point, understanding the meaning. After reading the story, we'll look more closely at the words and forms I chose to use.
Okay, that's the introduction. So, what are we going to do now? We are going to listen to Jennifer reading story. It's an scary story, but that is not with monster and killing, as she said, but it's strange sounds at night. Yeah, strange sounds at night in her house. So please listen again with a special attention uh, the writing of this story and the narration of this story, because also you can see how Jennifer pronounces. It's a very an excellent pronunciation. Yeah, pay attention to how she pronounces the past tense, the words, everything. If, for example, if you see that there is a verb that you don't understand, write it down, and later you can ask teacher, what is the meaning of this? Or if I don't know, we can take a look in the dictionary on our cell phone, and we will find out what is the meaning of that special word that you don't understand. But first, pay attention to her, see how, listen how she pronounces past tenses, gerunds, all the verbs, and the way she writes, because according to the writing, she's going to do a lot of examples, a lot of examples. Okay, here we go again.
Asleep and awake. It was just before midnight, and the chilly autumn air settled over the house. The silver moon shone brightly, but gave no warmth. Inside, the pipes rattled gently as they radiated heat into the rooms. Sleeping soundly in their beds, two children dreamed of dragons, fast scooters, and other thrills. Their mother rested down the hall. As usual, she had read a couple chapters from a novel before going to sleep. Now her breathing was light and steady, but her ears still took in the sounds around her. The click-click of the pipes and the occasional gust of wind were familiar. Then a louder noise broke through the woman's fragile sleep. It was a rumble, low and deep. She reached across the bed, not feeling the heat from her husband's sleeping form. She wondered where he was and where the rumbling was coming from. Rumble, rumble, then silence. Rumble, rumble. At the next pause, the woman heard voices, too soft for her to understand, but loud enough to detect more than one. Having fully awoken, the woman was now able to consider the situation more clearly. Her first instinct was to check on her children. She tiptoed down the dim hall as the rumbling and chatting continued. After being reassured by the sight of her children in their beds, the mother decided to investigate. She glided silently down the stairs.
closer to the voices. The deep, unpleasant rumbling also grew louder. She took a few steps toward the family room, grabbing a long umbrella on her way. She was sure that if necessary, she could do some harm to an intruder with the pointy object. The moon had drifted behind a cloud, so the family room stood in shadows. At the next rumble, the mother lifted the umbrella high in the air and prepared to strike. Then, the TV screen flickered brightly and cast light on her sleeping husband. Her surprised, "Oh!" shook him out of his sleep. The rumbles of his loud snoring also ceased. Seeing the umbrella right over his head, the husband jumped and raised his arms. He bumped the umbrella, and it popped open, like a huge peacock displaying its impressive feathers. Both the man and the woman shouted in surprise. At that moment, a late-night commercial came on, and a new voice broke the silence. Realizing what had just happened, they began to laugh. "I thought there were intruders," explained the wife. "I heard rumbling and talking." "And I thought someone had come to beat me with an umbrella," said the husband. He apologized for leaving the TV on, but he had fallen asleep before he could make it upstairs. With the TV now off, the man and the woman climbed the stairs to their bedroom and headed back to sleep. Thankfully, the snoring was much softer, and they both slept soundly until morning. Let me ask you some questions. What woke up the woman? There was rumbling and talking. But where were those sounds coming from? Her husband was snoring loudly. The voices came from the TV. Okay, 2 more questions. What frightened the husband? It was seeing the umbrella over his head. What made the man and woman laugh? It was the fact that they both surprised each other. Each one imagined a danger that didn't really exist. This story is what we'd call realistic fiction. I made it up, but it could happen in real life. I do have a husband that snores. Have you ever heard strange sounds at night? Did they alarm you? After hearing such sounds, what did you do? Let's talk about grammar now. In the text, I played
Well, now that we have heard the story, written in a nice style, we are going to see the grammar part. Because in that story, after realizing that something, there are a lot of grammatical activities in this writing, And now she's going to explain step by step this grammar activities, like reducing adverbial clauses. Okay, but the part is that you understood. That's what I want to know. You understood the story. Yeah, you pay attention to Jennifer's pronunciation. Okay, if I told you, if you see that there are some words that you don't understand, please write them down. Write them down, okay? We'll go to definitions later. But first, what I want is that you more or less you understand the story, what happened, and now because now we are going to explain step by step. Jennifer is going to explain step by step the story, reducing or not reducing, and why he did this and why he wrote in that way. All right?
Placed a number of phrases in bold. Those phrases act like adverbs. They were formed from adverb clauses. As you may know, there are different types of adverb clauses. For example, an adverb clause can express a condition, a result, a concession. To keep things simple in this lesson, we'll only look at adverb clauses of time and adverb clauses of reason. Adverb clauses of time begin with words like after, before, while, when. Adverb clauses of reason begin with words like because, as, since. Adverb clauses are dependent clauses. They can't stand alone. They give important information, but they're not complete sentences. To form a complete sentence, we use an adverb clause and a main clause, an independent clause. This is the main part of our sentence, and the adverb clause gives more information. For example, when something happened or why something happened. Let me give you examples.
Our first example is a line from the story. Inside, the pipes rattled gently as they radiated heat into the rooms. Let me give you a second example. After I fell asleep, I began to have strange dreams. Do you see the two adverb clauses? Here they are. They're adverb clauses of time. They answer the question when. When did these events happen? The events are told in the main part of the sentence. The adverb clauses then give information about when. Look closely and you'll see that all the clauses, both dependent and independent, have a subject and a verb.
Phrases are shorter groups of words. For example, after reading that story, I began to hear strange sounds in my own home. Our example, after reading that story. This phrase has a verb form, but no subject. That's an important difference between a phrase and a clause. A clause always has a subject and a verb. We can often reduce adverb clauses to shorter phrases. These shorter phrases can give our writing a better flow. They're common in fiction, in the news, in reports. They're less common in conversation. Now, let's look at how we reduce the full adverb clauses to phrases.
Okay. Uh, let's see if. Okay. Now the phone is on. Okay. If you understand the story, and you can see that the story have a lot of reducing. Yeah. But I'm going to see if it is possible to find the number two, because they say something that it was not allowed to listen. Let's see if I can find it.
Reducing adverb clauses.
Let's start learning grammar. In the previous video, we learned what is an adverb phrase and how to identify an adverb phrase in a sentence. In this video, we will understand what is an adverb clause, how to identify an adverb clause in a sentence, how to replace an adverb phrase with adverb clause, and how to reduce an adverb clause to modifying adverbial phrases. Now, let's compare these two sentences. So, what do you notice here?
I don't know, for some reason now it's not possible to join YouTube, but I send it to you. I send it to you to your email. But I see if it's possible to join you to join uh, YouTube. Okay.
Reducing adverb clauses.
Rock, 6 miles in diameter.
Reducing adverb clauses. Reducing an adverb clause means shortening it to a phrase. So to reduce an adverb clause of time, we need a time word and a present participle. That's the ing form of the verb. Look at this example. After
Are you watching it? Excuse me. Excuse me. Are you watching the video?
Yes, Mr.
Yes, teacher.
Okay, okay. I'm going to continue.
reducing adverb clauses.
Oh no. Okay, it's 11 o'clock. Let's take a break for 10 minutes and we'll be back while I put the part two. Okay, let's take a break for 15 minutes. I'll be back with the part two. Okay.
Okay, mister.
Okay. Okay, let's start again with the reducing adverbial clauses to see if it's possible to have the video.
Reducing adverb clauses.
We have a responsibility. We are the most powerful species.
Reducing adverb clauses. Reducing an adverb clause means shortening it to a phrase. So to reduce an adverb clause of time, we need a time word and a present participle. That's the ing form of the verb. Look at this example. After falling asleep, I began to have strange dreams. The present participle has an active meaning, so it's understood that the subject is doing the action. We can only form a phrase from an adverb clause if the subjects of the two clauses are the same. Who fell asleep? I did. Who began to have strange dreams? I did. So the subjects are the same. That's why we can use this phrase. Look at this new sentence.
Teacher, excuse me.
Yes.
Teacher, I can say the video. I only heard the audio.
Subjects are different.
Oh, wait a minute.
Here's how you make an adverb clause a phrase. First, remove the subject in the adverb.
Sorry. Who can watch the video or nobody? It was possible to watch the video is the question.
No, mister.
Ah?
No, teacher. I didn't see
Okay,
that.
okay. Let's go back again and try to see it is possible. Here I go. This. I'm going to turn off the microphone.
Verb clause.
Was not possible to watch a video?
No, teacher.
No?
No, teacher.
No, mister.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, let's see. No.
Reducing adverb clauses. It may surprise you to know that I really enjoy scary stories. Not the kind with monsters and killing, but the kind with strange sounds at night.
Grammarly can help you write quickly and confidently, so you never have to slow down at work. Instant correction. Reducing adverb clauses. Reducing an adverb clause means shortening it to a phrase. So to reduce an adverb clause of time, we need a time word and a present participle. That's the ing form of the verb. Look at this example. After falling asleep, I began to have strange dreams. The present participle has an active meaning, so it's understood that the subject is doing the adverb. We can only form a phrase from an adverb clause if the subjects of the two clauses are the same. Who fell asleep? I did. Who began to have strange dreams? I did. So the subjects are the same. That's why we can use this phrase. Look at this new sentence. Can the adverb clause be
No way.
to a phrase?
You couldn't see that.
No. The subjects are different.
No, mister.
Here's how you make an adverb clause a phrase. First, remove the subject in the adverb.
No. No. Something happened, and only I can put the first part, but you have the second, the third, and the fourth in your email. Okay? So the idea is to do it in the same way that is explained here in the page 36. In the page 36. So the only thing that you have to take into consideration is that you can reduce an adverb clauses to adverbial sentences is when the subject is the same. When the subject is the same. And also, there is and let's take a look to page 36. Let's take a look to, we are going to do these exercises. When at home, when the class is over, please take a look to these videos, because this is not part of the course. The course is just a writing skill that will tell you how to reduce adverbial clauses to adverbial sentences. So we are going to take a look in the exercise A, page 36. So, for example, we saw that the subject of the adverbial clause should be the same of the sentence. For example, when I fell off my bike, I hurt my back. So I fell off, I hurt. So we can reduce. So we can take when. Yeah, we can take when out, and we can the verb, we can put the verb in gerund. When falling off my bike, I hurt my back. So we can take also when. So falling off my bike, I hurt my back. When we were eating. When we were eating, we got a call. We. The same subject is possible. So we can say, when eating, we got a call. We can delete when eating, we got a call. We suppose that we were eating and we got a call. We can take when, we can take we, and we can take the verb be. Yeah. So eating, we got a call. Another one. We saw a bird while we were hiking. So we can say while hiking, we saw a bird. Or hiking, we saw a bird. Yeah. The last one. Before I left, I sent my parents a letter. This is in the past. Before I left, comma, I sent my parents a letter. I sent is in the past. So this question is, this adverbial clause is in the past. Before I left. Yeah. So we can change. We can change and we put, instead of putting before I left, I'm going to write before leaving, Jerome. And of course, the other sentence is in the past. Before leaving, I sent my parents a letter. Before I left, it's going to be replaced by before leaving, I sent my parents a letter. Okay? And the last one is in the past perfect. Past perfect. After I had shared my news, I felt better. I felt better. Okay? After I had shared my news, I felt better. So we are going to change. That's different. This is a different exercise. We are going to change. It's in the past, but the first adverbial clause is in the past perfect. So we change the past perfect for I had shared, having shared my news. Yeah. So after having shared my news, I felt better. We can take after also out. Having shared my news, I feel better. Okay? I feel better. Having shared my news, I feel better. So this is what the book, the Summit 2 book, has for this reducing adverbial. The videos that I sent to you, Jennifer videos, that has 4 videos, you can take a look. And it's going a little bit more deeper in grammar, yeah, and also exercises of writing and how to replace them. How to replace them. Okay? How to replace these exercises. Okay. The last point of this is the exercise that normally I put in the quizzes. Yeah, on page 37, that is an exercise in which you are going to listen to some people talking about why they are frustrated. They explain why they are frustrated, and the exercises, no matter what they do, no matter what they did, or no matter, yeah, remember the sentences with no matter, the closest, no matter closest, that no matter what I did, I have the same result. Or no matter what I did, I have the same result. Or no matter what I do, I have the same result. Or no matter how much I study, I always flunk. Yeah, those are the sentences that we studied in the past. The other exercise C is about so much, so many, such, those exercises, and so on. Okay. It's 20 to 12. We are going to start Unit 4. We are going to start Unit 4. Yeah. And unit 4 is getting along with others. Getting along with others. And in this unit, we are going to talk about ourselves, and we are going to talk about shortcomings. Incidentally, the word shortcomings, you know what is shortcomings? I'm going to write it down here, and you are going to tell me your shortcomings. You're going to tell me your shortcomings.
What is the meaning of that word, teacher?
Okay, you're going to define shortcomings. Don't worry. You are going to define the word. Let's see. Okay. Getting along with other people. Getting along with other people is how do you behave with other people? And in this unit, we are going to talk about shortcomings. And what is a shortcomings? Okay, I'm going to say to you this only. I'm going to show you this. Shortcomings: lazy, disorganized, unpunctual, crazy, irresponsible. Shortcomings: lazy, disorganized, unpunctual, always late, for example, irresponsible. So what is the idea of shortcomings? Who can tell me when I say, what is your shortcomings? For example, if somebody asks me, Nemesio, what is your most important shortcoming? I'll say, oh my God, I don't know how to manage my money. I don't know how to manage my money.
I agree with you.
That's my shortcoming. And you know, incidentally, you know that I had a very serious talking with my wife. Yeah. And she is right. I have to present my taxes. I have to present my declaración de renta. Yeah. I have to present that. It's my taxes. And I was asking, I went to the banks. I didn't used to do this. I went to the bank asking for, because I have, believe it or not, I have 5 credit cards. I have 5 credit cards. And my wife all the time, hey, why do you have so many credit cards? Oh, because, you know, I need a credit card for buying things. Now, we went to the United States in July. In July, we went to the United States. We were there, and I spent a lot of money with my credit cards. So, well, because we need to buy something. It's very easy to buy. And then she showed she showed to me how much money I paid for manejo of credit cards. For each card I paid in a year, for the 5 credit cards, I paid almost 2 million pesos. Manejo de la tarjeta, manage of 2 million pesos. And in interest for the money that when I using my credit card, I am paying interest. And interest, 12 and almost 13 million pesos in interest in a year. I'm talking about a year. Plus the manage. So I am paying 15 million pesos in a year for using credit cards. And she told me, what are you doing? 15 million pesos because you have 5 credit cards. I'm not talking about the payment that I have to do every month. So we met together and she's going to help me. I am old enough to understand that this is a very, very important shortcoming that I have to overcome. How to manage my money. Yeah. I am paying too much money to the banks for having 5 credit cards. 5 credit cards. So I'm going to give them back, more or less 2 or 3 to the bank and say, no, I don't want to have more credit cards. I don't need them. But a credit card so it means that I am a compulsive buyer. I go to the bookstore and I buy 2 or 3 yesterday. I'm going to show you. I went to the bookstore and I bought this book. It's a graphic story. It's very nice. Sapiens. Yeah, Sapiens. I have these books. I have these books. Yeah, from Yuval Harari. So I bought this book because I'm going to give it to my son and his daughter, my granddaughter. It's a nice story. I love this guy. He's such a good writer. But I bought it. I didn't have the necessity of buying, but I'm going to give it to so I am a compulsive buyer. That is my shortcomings. Other people are lazy. Other people are disorganized in his own things. Other people are late. They are late forever. If they have a meeting, they are late because they don't pay attention. If they have to go to a meeting at 10, they are leaving the house at 10. Yeah. So those are the shortcomings. So how we can define shortcomings?
Like bad characteristics of you, maybe?
Like a what?
Something that characterize you, but in a bad way.
Okay. Shortcomings are problems that we have. Could be a small problems or big problems.
About behavior, maybe?
Yes, it's a behavioral. It's a behave that is eventually is not normal. As non-normal behavior. Because why are you lazy? Because I don't. Yeah, you are not responsible. So it's a lack of responsibility. Yeah, because you are not on time. Why you are disorganized? You have a lot of things that you need to be organized in order to work properly, but you are not organized. Yeah. So shortcoming is a fault. It's a fault. It's a weaknesses that you has. Yeah. Shortcomings. But there are ways to overcome shortcomings. Yeah. There are so many ways to overcome. Yeah. For example, you have to be self-critical. You have to criticize yourself. Yeah. For example, here in class, I have some students that they say, oh, why you are in the 6th level? You know a lot about English grammar. You have a vocabulary. Why don't you practice more? Yeah. Oh, because maybe you are not self-confident. Self-confident. We need to be self-confident in order to improve many things. You have to believe in yourself. When you believe in yourself, you are opening a lot of doors of success because you are able. You are not stupid. You have studied, but you need to believe in yourself. That means self-confidence. Okay? So, in this unit, we are going to have some goals, communication goals. One of the first that we are going to discuss is how we can overcome our shortcomings. If you are lazy, what can you do about that? If you don't trust in yourself, why? Why you are not self-confident? How can we overcome that? We have to know why people eventually have an inconsiderate behavior. You know, inconsiderate behavior, when you are not fair. You are discussing all the time. Yeah, why? Yeah, inconsiderate behavior. We are going to how to handle anger. Oh, I am all the time he's angry. Why you can manage that anger? Why? You're angry all the time. You are pissed off. You're furious all the time. Anything set you off. Set you off. Anything. You know, set off. Set off. Anything easily can set you off. I mean, you are in a normal situation and suddenly you are furious and you are out of your mind. Why? Yeah. You can handle your anger. You can handle, yeah. And explore the qualities of friendship. What is a friend? Qualities of a friendship. Qualities that you think friendship should have. Yeah. Should have. Friendship. All right. So we are going to discuss about all these points. And the first, here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. 7 people. We have 7 people here. Martin, Lena, Ricardo, Paul, Sophie, Jen, and Trevor. These guys, we don't know who they are. So we are going to see what they say, and we are going to read about them. Again, this is a reading exercise. So, for example, person that I haven't heard in this class, we have 14 people today. Okay, Carla Alejandra. Very easy exercise. Read slowly. Read. Here we have Martin. I'm going to read. I wish I weren't so disorganized. My bedroom's always a mess. I can't remember where I've put anything. The way I am doing things is just not working for me. Okay, Are you going to read that, Carla, please? I wish I weren't so disorganized. Carla, are you there? Carla Alejandra, supposed to be here.
Yeah, profe.
Okay, page 38. Read slowly. I'm going to read and try to remember. I wish I weren't so disorganized. I wish I weren't so disorganized. My bedroom's always a mess. My bedroom is always a mess. My bedroom's always a mess. I can't remember where I've put anything. The way I am doing things is just not working for me. Okay, can you read that, please?
Can I?
Sí,
Okay, Carla Alejandra.
sí, does not sound like all, me at all.
Carla, it's Martin, the first one, page 38. I wish I weren't so disorganized. That's the one. Martin, page 38.
Can I read, teacher?
Okay, maybe Carla doesn't have the page. Okay,
Yes.
Alfredo, can you read Martin, please?
Yes, sir. I wish I weren't so disorganized. My bedroom's always a mess. I can't remember where I did put anything. The way I'm doing things is just not working for me.
I've put
I put.
anything. Okay. Alfredo, are you that kind of person as Martin or not?
Doesn't sound like me at all.
No?
I'm very organized.
Okay, good. Okay, Lena, a volunteer for Lena, please.
Me, teacher.
Okay, Carla, but okay, can you read Lena? I'm going to read Carla. You know what my problem is? You know what my problem is? I am a procrastinator. Procrastinator. I am always putting things off. I am always putting things off and waiting till the last minute to do things. Then I go into panic, worrying about whether or not I'll be able to finish on time. Now, Carla, read slowly. Don't worry if you don't pronounce properly. Read slowly. That's what I want. All right? Do you know what my problem is? Okay, can you start?
Lena, you know what my problem is. I am procrastinator. I am always putting things off and waiting till the last minute to do things. Then I go into a panic worrying about whether or not I'll
I'll be
be
able.
I'll be able to finish on time.
Good. Okay, I'll be able to finish on time. So, what is a procrastinator? This is a new word. Procrastinator is a person that is always letting for the last minute things to do. Hey, we have a quiz tomorrow. I will study tonight. And hey, you were supposed to study. Oh, I'm going to wake up early. I'm going to study. So that person put things off for the last minute. Yeah. That person is always putting things off for the last minute.
Putting things off.
Putting things off. Putting things off. Putting things off. Things off. Putting things off.
Putting things off.
Putting things off. Okay, okay, good. Very good. Okay, a question for everybody. Who is a procrastinator here?
Someone just like me.
Eventually. Teacher, eventually, or most of the time I am procrastinating. Most of the time I am procrastinating. Okay, good. Ricardo. Who can read Ricardo?
Me, teacher, George.
George Ivan Bisbal. Okay. I admit.
Ricardo, I admit I'm a bit oversensitive. I tend to overreact to things people say to me. I think I'm being
criticized
when people are just trying to help. I really doesn't take much to get me upset about stuff.
It really doesn't take much to get me upset. I mean, it really doesn't take me too much to get me furious or to put me up, to set me off. Set off. Get me upset is the same. Okay, good. Jorge, do you think that you are a little bit oversensitive or not?
No, I don't consider myself oversensitive.
Oversensitive, okay? You know who is an oversensitive person? It's a person that you can say anything because they take it, oh my God, take it in a personal way, or take it, oh my God, it's quite difficult because they are oversensitive. You need to know what you are going to say, or the words that you are going to use in order, because he's going to be mad. He's going to be furious with something that you said. Okay, good. Good. Paul.
Teacher, Aldair.
Aldair, can you read Paul, okay?
Yes. I'm sure I'm too hot-tempered. I get angry way too easily. It doesn't take much to set me off, but I've been trying to change that.
It doesn't take much to set me off. So I want that you remember this expression. It doesn't take too much to set me off. It doesn't take so much to set me off. Set somebody off. I mean, in Spanish, me saca la piedra facilito. Yeah. It doesn't take so much, or it doesn't take too much to set me off. That's the way we can learn English, when we repeat a sentence every day, now and then, and you memorize them, and you don't have to think. Then you don't have to think. When you're going to say, oh my God, that guy set me off. Just as soon as I see her, a lady, or as soon as I see him, it sets me off. It sets me off. That's the expression. Good. Very good. Okay. Sophie. Who wants to be Sophie? A volunteer for Sophie.
Me, Adriana.
Okay, Adriana. What is Adriana? Adriana?
Yep.
Adriana del Pilar. Oh my God. Okay, Adriana.
Sophie, I know I'm too negative. I'm always focusing on the bad rather than the good. And I'm way too critical of others. My husband, though, is just the opposite.
Okay, my husband, though. Remember, although, when you are going to talk about a contrast, my husband, though, or although my husband is the opposite. So this lady is negative. Adriana, are you a negative person?
No, I'm the contrary. I'm really optimistic.
Very optimistic, very positive. Excellent. Okay, Jean.
Me, teacher, Daniela.
Daniela, okay, Daniela.
My husband say I'm too controlling, and he's probably right. I complain when he doesn't do things my way. I'm sure it drives him crazy.
Okay, that's another expression. I know. You know, he drives me crazy. Drives somebody crazy, yeah? Because too controlling. He wants to control everything. Yeah. Daniela, do you like to control everything around
No,
you?
I don't consider myself so controlling.
So
No.
you're not a controller person. Okay, good. And the last one, Trevor.
Me, teacher.
Me, teacher.
Um, okay, Danilo Andres, Trevor.
My biggest shortcoming is that I'm a perfectionist. No matter what I do, I'm not satisfied. I just don't think it's good enough. My attitude really gets in my way.
My attitude. Yeah. Well, perfectionist. Many people say that a perfectionist is a quality, and eventually it's not a quality. It's not a positive quality, but a negative quality, because you are expecting too much the people around you. Yeah, you're expecting too much. So that can cause problems to you because you are not satisfied. You are never satisfied. Okay, guys. We are going to continue with this unit, and I'm going to assign topics for you for next Saturday. Yeah, you are going to present some assignments that I will do it on Monday in order to have plenty of time till Saturday. Very short assignments, 3 minutes presentation, no more than that. Okay, 3 to 5 minutes, and we are going to see cleft sentences, and adverb clauses of condition. We have seen adverb clauses of time, adverb clauses of reason, remember, because, remember, time, when, while, and now of condition. And in this, we are going to use conditional. Even if, yeah, remember, even if, whether or not saying, no. So some of you maybe are going to prepare definition and example of this one. Cleft sentences that are very easy. Cleft sentences. Yeah. What bothers me is that, yeah, what surprises me was that, yeah, some sentences that are very easy, but are very useful when you are emphasizing about some condition. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We are supposed to finish unit 4 next class. Yeah. And I'm going to assign autonomous work 3 Monday. Yeah, Monday. Autonomous work 3 on Monday. It's going to be very easy. Please do not procrastinate. Try to finish on time the autonomous work. Okay. The autonomous work is going to be for Friday, this Friday. I'm going to send autonomous work on Monday to Friday, or maybe to Saturday. Okay. All right. That's all. Do you have any question, any suggestions? Also on Monday, I'm going to send you the quiz result. Okay. Some ladies are pending the quiz, the speaking test. Okay. But any suggestion, any questions?
No, teacher.
Okay, I'm going to stop recording.
Teacher, repeat about the video.